Hello, 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 and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast channel. It has been a few days since the last stream because I have been a little bit under the weather. So I have to make sure all my audio settings are all fine and good. Seems to be a little bit hot on the mic. Let me turn down the makeup gain on the compressor. I don't have to be talking about any of this. This means nothing to most people. Okay, I think that's good there. I think we'll keep it. So, welcome back. Welcome back. We are killing it in this text. This text is amazing. This text is a play. It's a conversation. It's a play that every soul sees when they die, apparently, in the mythos of this book. When you die, you go to heaven and you see this play. The play starts from the beginning for everyone. And it's a conversation between two of the key figures of, well, humanity, at least Western society, Jesus and Socrates. One, Socrates personifying the Hellenic tradition of understanding, and the other, Jesus personifying belief in the Judaic tradition of belief. We have seen so much about why that's the case since the beginning of the book. One thing we saw recently is it also comes down to what words you have at your disposal. The Judaic or the Hebrew people didn't have a word for the, so they couldn't do philosophy because they weren't able to go from particulars, a beautiful thing, a just thing, adjectives, to the thing itself, the beautiful, the just. Or another way of talking about that, a particular mind, your mind, my mind. And of course, we've understood a lot about what belief is. It's in opposition to the whole. So lots of wars and conflicts started. Your mind against my mind, my family clan beliefs against your family clan beliefs. And the root analogy behind all of it, Abraham was instructed to kill his son. So too, religious followers have to kill who they are told to kill by God or the spokesperson for God. So very hard to be in conflict or in war against other minds if you are focused on the mind, because you're only hurting yourself if it's the one mind. So we've learned a lot about how that's essentially metaphysics. Metaphysics is going from physical descriptors or adjectives to the nouns. Adjectives to nouns to the substantives. What are the things that exist eternally that gives rise to physical conditions and is the cause of the physical world? Because that reality has to be higher and more primary, because the cause is always higher and more primary than its effects. So we've done a lot of reading in this amazing dialogue and putting the pieces together to understand what has to exist eternally in the realm of being, or the realm of mind, the mind. And how can we return or participate in mind in the highest sense? And we saw that this is an evolutionary process of moving from the cognitive function of belief to making use of our own belief, of course, based on physical appearances. Ultimately, we believe our parents when we are 1, 2, 3, 4 years old. We believe that they are real and beautiful and loving, no matter what family you're in. And of course, they're not, ultimately, because they are carrying their own false beliefs from their own family upbringing, and so on, all the way back to the cave. The family curse, or a family lineage of tradition, of loyalty to a family clan belief. And from that belief, we gain a false belief about mind or reality. Another thing we gain a false belief about that's fundamental is the self. In fact, it's a false belief about self and reality that are the two primary, fundamental, causal images, beliefs that are the cause of our problems. Which is interesting because just as our actual purpose is to move from adjectives or A's to nouns to know the mind, there's another level to move from the mind or mind itself, the realm of all of those nouns, beauty itself, justice itself. Hang on a second. We're using the word self as an adjective on this level. What the heck is self? Or another way of reflecting on that, even in the experience of mind, there has to be some self-experiencing mind. What's that? In other words, what is the self? What are we? What are we really? Not what are we told we are? What do we have to pretend we are to get loyalty within to get a role within a group or a clan? Not what do we have to pretend we are to show our loyalty to our family clan tradition, but what are we really? What is the self? And it's this kind of reflection that Socrates is saying this is the new age of man. So, a fundamental false belief about mind or reality and self causing our problems. Notice our problems aren't not knowing. It's a funny sentence. Our problem is that we insist that we know what we don't. That's ignorance. That's ignorance. I know what reality is. I know what I am. I know what the divine is. And I will fight and kill for that ignorance. That's the nature of human savagery. A fierce, violent, savage loyalty to the cause of our own problems, the cause of our own suffering, and the cause of our own injustice. The injustice we inflict upon ourselves and others. That's the human condition. Where we are currently, which is just a passing developmental stage that we can move through in time. If we want our species to survive, that's our role. We have to make use of our will and say, no, we've had enough of suffering. We've had enough of injustice. We've had enough of us versus them conflict created by the cognitive function of belief and people addicted to belief because they have the appearance of certainty within their family clan. When they say Jesus is whatever, or Abraham is whatever, or Lord Xenu is whatever, they get a pat on the head from their family members. We've got a question in the chat. Does past, present, and future exist simultaneously? It's a good question. How would you go about answering that question? So, if we decide to take control back of our own selves, we can say no more belief, no more injustice, no more cruelty. Let's save our species. Do we enter a parallel universe when we die? These are good questions. What we're doing on this channel is learning how do we hold on to those questions and not give them up, especially when beliefs come in and give us an answer that reflects our upbringing and not the truth. But also, how do we develop our own understanding so we can answer those questions? That's our movement, to go from belief into understanding. Now, understanding is a skill. It's a skill you have to learn and practice. The skill is called the dialectic. How do you make use of your understanding? Most people don't. They go on tangents. In fact, the root cause of our problems that block us from understanding and answering questions such as our friend shared in chat is the projection of our own personal beliefs. That's called interpretation. To project our own personal beliefs onto what's happening or what's there. Or the other side of interpretation is to be blinded. So to project what's not there or to leave out what is there. Blind spots. These are how our beliefs function to keep us blocked from development into higher use of our own mind that can answer these questions. But not just answer them in terms of belief, answer them in terms of universal principles, causes, forces that will always be true. So it's not a matter of opinion. So these are answers you can take with you. You can share with your friends to benefit them as well, or so they can benefit themselves as well. But also, because it's understanding, you can eventually see through your understanding a state we call mastery, or making it your own. In the same way, I see through the English language. I don't have to think about it anymore. I just talk. Imagine that for questions such as, what is the nature of time, or past, present, and future? Inherent in their friend's question is, what's the nature of existence? His other question, do we enter a parallel universe when we die or when we dream? What are the parallel universes? How do we participate in them? And what's the relationship between death and dreaming? These are all questions we have been talking about in this book because it's such a goddamn banger. It addresses all of these things. But of course, simply asking a streamer these questions isn't going to help anybody. Well, it will help in that it will start a reflection and a conversation. But it won't be satisfying to the person who has the question themselves. And that's what we've been learning. The way that we ourselves evolve, gain answers to these questions, but also awaken higher capacities of our own mind, higher functionings. We don't want to function through racist or sexist or blocked beliefs. We want to function through understanding. Is to hold on to the questions that we have at all times. Don't let them go. Don't drop them. That's our cue sack. If you imagine yourself in a video game, you've got an inventory and you've got a sack full of cues, full of questions that you can carry. As you read, you give birth to new puzzles and questions and carry them, share them with your friends. To share a question is to be on a quest together, because to carry a question is to be on a quest. And the other sack we have in our inventory is one full of ifs. Because understanding the skill of the dialectic, how to organize your own thinking and understanding, allows you to create hypotheses. We call them ifs because we don't know if they're true yet. They are likely descriptions or likely explanations. Likely hypotheses. They're likely. We don't have to pick favorites, we carry them in the sack and we see what pans out. The more we learn, the more we experience, we see what hypotheses pan out. And the art or the skill that makes use of questions and hypotheses, that's the dialectic. It also is the skill that we can use to lead conversations. Otherwise, it's just people throwing their stupid beliefs at each other. Debate. Even if I were to answer the questions posed in the chat, it would mean nothing. The person either already believes the answers I give and so would nod, yes, I thought so, or doesn't agree, and they go, well, that's just your opinion. Who cares? It won't stick. However, carrying the question, learning to develop the dialectic, the use of understanding to answer those questions, that's something different. Now, if we were to have a back and forth where I would ask questions and our chatter friend would answer them, we could walk through the stages or the steps of understanding step by step together as friends to reach an answer together. It's a win-win. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win-win-win. So we can develop understanding together through the dialectic and conversation. But here's the thing, because these are questions about metaphysics or the mind, what exists, dreaming, death, time, existence, dimensions, these are all questions about what exists. And another word for existence is ontos in Greek, being. Another word for being is mind. And because they are questions that focus our attention and our use of understanding and questions on what exists eternally, mind, metaphysics, true philosophy, then not only is it a development of understanding, it's also a meditation. Because just as understanding is above belief in a cognitive function, so too knowledge or directly experiencing the thing itself is above understanding. So understanding helps you make sense of the things, but it is also a preparation to experience it directly. So you can actually confirm your hypotheses in direct experiences. That's called the spiritual experience because it's the realm of being or the spirit. Or metaphysics because it's beyond the physics, beyond the physical. So you can say, well, that's the experience of death, because you separate your soul from your body, from your physical senses of the body, to experience knowledge, or nous in the Greek. So there is something that might help your question about death. But as we've been saying, it's not just mind we're here to know, it's the self as well. Or another way of saying that, it's not just mind, it's the cause of mind, the self. It's giving us two fundamentally different dimensions and experiences, and also cognitive functions, if there is a way of processing reality based on that level of being or experience. Just as if you've only ever been interested in shapes and colors, physical perceptions, you're going to be limited to only belief in how you can process the world, make sense of things, which means you're going to be stuck and blocked. Countless horror stories of people growing up in this or that cult, or this or that religion, or this or that sexist, racist belief system. Countless. But it's when we start to ask questions for ourselves and think for ourselves, put the pieces together ourselves, notice self, look at causes and principles ourselves, that we can develop understanding and actually solve problems. Beliefs can't solve problems in principle. They're in conflict with the cognitive function of understanding, because of course it is. If you understood, you wouldn't have to believe the guy in the funny hat. And that's why we can say all human problems are from the cognitive function of belief, fundamentally about self and reality, either individually or projected onto the world stage, politics and religion. Politics and religion is just some ignorant person saying, well, it's not just my belief that I should have all the money and I get to hurt people I don't like. God says so. We are the chosen people. All Abrahamic religions say that. But also it's every politician who has not been a politician. So all of the right-wingers, all of the fascists, all of the conservatives. And also it's the other side, the establishment left, that also has grown up in beliefs and has not done the second part of the game. They haven't addressed their own false beliefs and the effects of their own beliefs, so they haven't realized, or they are in opposition to understanding. There are no universal principles, universal healthcare, universal wealth equality, universal clean air. No, 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 no. It's my group against your group. Says the establishment left. Or rather, they reject any principles, so they can say, well, it's my belief that I should be a politician. I want to get my money. And of course, setting the stage for believers, fascists, to come and take over and say, well, we do insist on a model. It's just our personal fascist belief. At least it's something. The next stage is understanding, of course, saying, yes, of course there is a universal model. Of course there are laws of the universe. Of course there is an understanding of human nature, of the human soul, of human problems, and we must insist on an understanding of that for anyone who claims to be a professional in that field. Just as you can't do surgery without an understanding of medicine, so too you can't do politics without an understanding of the soul and the logos. The logos is the name of what we've been talking about. The understandable paradigm or model for cognitive functions, for understanding human problems, for understanding our development through cognitive stages, understanding the principles and the causes and the forces that inform our physical world, so that you can make laws in politics or direct reflection in spirituality instead of religion. Religion is belief, spirituality would be dialectic. For anyone wanting to be a politician or a spiritual person, spiritual guide, teacher. That's the next stage. And in the same way we don't allow belief for our pilots who fly planes, we demand and insist on understanding. So too, what must we do the same for the logos, for all spiritual and political authority figures? That's your job. Your job is to know the model. The job of an architect is to know the model of an engine and understand its parts, whole and part. The cognitive function of the parts is understanding. The cognitive function of the whole is knowing, giving us a hierarchy from establishment left or anti-understanding or strict dualism. There is no mind, there is no truth, there is no principle. It's everyone out for themselves. Bullshit. Belief. There is a model and it's my own family clan. People who look like my parents and act like my parents. And we must be in opposition. We must hurt because belief can't actually help. Sadism. The mark of knowing for believers isn't helping because belief is always harmful. It's inflicting harm. It's the power to inflict harm on other people. So cruelty is the point, is the catchphrase that seems to make sense that people use to say, why do people in power not solve problems? Why do they always seek to inflict harm? Because in the cognitive function of belief, cruelty is the point. They don't have understanding or knowing. They are pretending, insisting that they do, ignorance, cosplaying, copying their own parental models, fake models, and it's the ability to inflict your injustice upon others that they think is the highest state of being. That's the addiction. That's the cruelty. That's the savagery of human problems. Sadism. The addiction to, the motivation towards and the enjoyment of having power over people, thumbs down, having power over people so you can inflict your sadistic, belief-based cruelty on another person and pretend to be a knower. That's the nature of human problem. Therefore, when we talked about using the dialectic to follow a question like our friend in chat shared today, we also have to be doing a second thing with dialectic, making use of the dialectic to uncover our own unsuspected false beliefs that will cause our blocks from that activity, cause us to not participate to begin with, or to give up after one or two steps, or to be blind from seeing what's been said, or to forget what we've concluded upon, and then to get irritated or defensive or aggressive. All of the savagery of human functioning will surface as we follow the dialectic to truth. So we also have to use the dialectic in a different kind of way at the same time to surface our false model of self and reality, or mind and self. So, same thing, use of the dialectic on self and reality. Only one is the truth, and one is surfacing and purifying the false. And what we've been seeing, as our friend mentioned about dreams, Socrates says both of those activities, that's the meaning of life. Sure, that's what you're here for, to know yourself. And you get there through mind, because mind is the penultimate, second last spiritual experience, and the self is the ultimate. That's the goal. The self is the cause even of mind. Mind is the reflection of self, even though it's the greatest possible experience of bliss. Knowing everything all at once, there is a kind of knowing beyond that. So, speaking of dreams, as our friend in chat has, that activity of developing understanding, freeing yourself from belief, both about self and reality, either the true model of self and reality, or mind and self, or the false model of mind and self. You can't, even though that's why we're here, that's our purpose, that's something that you can only develop through time. So our friend also asked a question about time. The time we experience in our physical incarnation in a in-souled body allows us to do this activity, to learn. And learning involves those two steps. Just as if you want to be a vet, you have to learn about how cats and dogs are healed, right? And you have to also unlearn any false beliefs. So some children think that cats are girls and dogs are boys, and cats marry dogs. You can't carry that belief and also be a vet. It's inconsistent. It's in conflict. So all learning involves removing our false beliefs and developing true understanding. But you can't do that about the self and reality unless you're also applying the dialectic to unpack the meaning of your dreams. It's only through dreams, says Socrates, that you get specific guidance and specific clues and information about those two uses of the dialectic. So 3 uses of the dialectic. Isn't that interesting? This is all conclusions we've come to from being curious about the text, looking for questions, and using the text itself to build our own dialectical understandings of those questions. So we practice that a lot. So this channel, we're close to 100 eps. Hooray. Close to 100 eps. And a lot of that has been practicing of dialectic. For a review, putting the pieces together, keeping the question alive, and also practicing our use of understanding to give likely hypotheses. So there are many ways we can make the same point, that this mastery of dialectic is literally what we're here for and the meaning of life. And we've been practicing that. So where we are now in the text is there an experience that's beyond words? Is there something that can't be an object of understanding? Something that just is and can't be explained? Well, if there is, we know what two kinds of things it would have to be. Either the penultimate, second last experience of mind itself, divine luminosity, sometimes called the idea of the good, because one of the words that we use to point to the self is the good self, or the one self, or the true self. Those are the three primary terms we use. But for the Greek, the word eidos, or in English we say idea with a capital I, means to behold it. So the idea of the good, goodness, is one way of talking about mind, or describing or defining that penultimate experience of you turning around and using your mind to know mind. So is it the idea of the good, or is it the good itself? That's beyond words. Or are neither of them beyond words? Or are they beyond words in an interesting way, where we could also say, well, in one way they're beyond words, but another way they're not. But it would require a careful use of understanding to see the difference. That's where we are. Is there experience beyond words? And this is a fun question, because while our real use of mind or consciousness or our life energy is wonder, curiosity, just as the oracle says.
Where's the joy? Where's the whimsy? Where's the childlike wonder, dude?
Where's the joy and whimsy and childlike wonder?
Oh, enough of this crap, you know?
Hey, it's not crap.
Making ice cream's a good and courageous thing.
It's a good and courageous thing. So while that's the state of mind of curiosity and openness and wonder that we get from developing questions and carrying them as we practice the dialectic, belief functions in a sadistic way, to teach human beings to enjoy inflicting suffering and suffering themselves. So it has to shut down that actual use of our own consciousness, wonder, curiosity, joy. How does it do it? Not by being unaware or not knowing, by insisting that somebody knows. And I was thinking earlier today about how when I play music, sometimes you'll have a younger person who wants to request a song about Jesus, because all she wants to do is insist that she is so wise. It's her go-to high state. I am actually the smartest person in the room, even though I know less about anything, because all I have to do is imitate my mum, because I also know she is ignorant about most things, but she acts most knowing and certain when she talks about Jesus, because it's not about understanding or truth, it's about what I believe. It's a really horrible feeling, because you can sense the block to their own development, And you can sense that this is what human beings use to justify cruelty. If you don't know something, you can wonder and figure it out. But if you think you know, and someone challenges you, that's when human beings become savage and violent and cruel. Even young people. It's a real sickness. It's a real thing we have to address if we're serious about solving problems and we want to put an end to that savagery and cruelty. The addiction to insisting we know something that we don't. And at the time of recording, there's a famous essay going around where some college student tried to write a paper insisting that her personal opinions were more real and true than any facts or evidence. She had no sightings. She was just quoting her own personal religious beliefs that were, of course, anti-trans and racist and sexist and terrible shit. And it came to no one's surprise that her mother was a outspoken religious advocate for Christian family, Republican horseshit. So, very good student to a very terrible teacher, preventing her from learning. It's a meme now. Her terrible essay where she didn't even quote the Bible. She just said, well, I believe this happens, and God says this, and Jesus wants that, and therefore it's true, on a college paper. And the insidious part was, it was also a paper she had no interest in, but it had a trans teacher, and of course, she wanted the trans teacher to give the correct response, and then she can turn around and say, aha, you didn't give me an A, now we can attack you for being trans. Disgusting, fucking vile human functioning. Just to lie about curiosity, to lie about learning, to take someone's life energy trying to help you learn and think for yourself, and leverage that response of benefit to justify harming them. That's the difference. The teacher, because the teacher had an understanding of how to do an essay, could benefit the student. The student wanted to be the knower, but had no understanding, only personal beliefs. So the student, she could only ever do harm by insisting she was a knower. That's the nature of belief. It's what it is. It can only do harm. But because it's so powerful, it's more powerful than even wisdom, because people can have wisdom experiences and then they will revert to their beliefs from childhood. We have to acknowledge how terrible it is, but how addictive it is. How addictive. If all she knew in her childhood was her mother seeming the most beautiful and knowing when she was that disgusting and hurtful and ignorant and harmful and Karen-like, then if that's what she knew for 18 years of her, that was her whole world, then of course that's her model. What we are doing as good people is using our understanding to unearth or bring to light our own false models of certainty, so we can apply understanding to purify them, and at the same time use that freedom from our own chains and injustice and ignorance to develop understanding about the actual model of mind, reality, the divine, and God, which is ultimately self. Dreams are needed for the specific clues. Reading a text is needed. A text, and by the way, the name for this whole model, all we've been doing so far today is reviewing the whole model of the Logos. The name is the Logos. And as we've seen, you are blocked from being able to develop understanding if you don't have the word the. You are blocked from philosophy and metaphysics if you don't have the word the. Because if you can't explain it, or you can't define it, you can't explain it. If you can't name it, you can't see it. And if you can't name it, you can't use it. You need a word. You need the language. Similarly, if we want to insist or remember for ourselves and insist for anybody who wants to rule or have leadership positions over the human race, if we want to insist on this model of truth and understanding and cognitive development and reality and physical dimensions and how evolution works and how problems works and what is needed to solve problems and the meaning of life, all of these things are all aspects of the same paradigm or model. If we are to insist on that for ourselves, for our loved ones, in our relationships, and especially for our political or religious figures, or spiritual, let's say, instead of religious, then we need a name for it. The name is Logos. The name is Logos. Logos, Logos. Just as you can't solve problems without the word the, because you need an understanding of the cause of problems, you need an understanding of metaphysics to solve human problems, because metaphysics is the mind, and mind is the cause of our problems. So too do you need the word Logos to enter the game, the human game, the human race. So that key word is the transitional point between savages and sages. It's the name for the paradigm. It's the name for the model. It's also named for the activity. The use of language, the use of conversation, the opposite of debate is to follow the Logos. So Socrates says, defines it, the dialectic as the activity or the highest activity of the Logos and the power of the Logos. Which is interesting. It's from the Republic. So, which of those two states of reality are beyond words? Mind or self? Or neither? And as I was saying, as this is our purpose, and the state of mind of belief is certainty, insisting you know something you don't, then it's very easy to recognize when someone is stuck, because they will insist that anything beyond where they are is unknowable or ununderstandable. Which is funny because it's a contradiction. I understand this thing, and I understand that you can't understand it. No one can. Which is crazy. Doesn't make sense. The saying is, my mummy and daddy didn't understand it, and either they weren't as wise as I believe them to be, or no one can. See how childish it sounds when you say it out loud. That's the power of putting it into words. Yeah. Now, hard to see for your own mummy and daddy that they are not all-knowing, but look at the people who live next door. Do you think they are all wise and knowing just because they happen to have children? What about the people who live across the street from you? Are they all wise and knowing because they happen to have children? What about the guy who lives up the street? Same question. And the guy in the other country who you've never met before? Would you fight tooth and nail for that stranger in that other country being that mother being a saint and that father being the best father in the world? Of course you wouldn't. It's fucking stupid. That's Nazism, to be blindly loyal to leader. Literally, that's the essential problem, duty of the German. Blindly loyal. But it's not a blame game. It's a pretender on the throne. Our soul seeks the truth of self and reality, so much so that a pretender or imitator, when we were young and stuck in that family, can take its place, making our belief even stronger than experiences of wisdom, meaning we have to do both things. Meaning we can reflect upon what our previous lives have been like if we have been born into a family that we will get a false belief about self and reality of this particular flavor, this particular kind. In other words, how we spend our life here, what sort of image of self and reality we spend our life identifying with, whether we know it or not. Every thought, every choice of goal, every interaction is a further meditation or solidification of the model that you are using. Every daydream starts with an image of yourself. Every night dream does as well. Every fantasy pours energy into that image of self and reality and what you think is most good and beautiful. That's our lives. That's what we do. That's all we do. We play out a real-time dialectic based on a false definition of self and reality. And our soul becomes more entrenched in that. And it's that mask, that ego, that image that we become entrenched in that dictates how well we can participate in true intelligence, the mind, in true self, the self, but also it dictates the next reincarnation we have. All this is from the book. Giving another argument as to why the purpose of life is to master the dialectic, because we are playing out the implications of our past lives, living another life still stuck with a false idea of self that motivated our reincarnation. Therefore, the meaning of life is to surface that false idea of self that caused your downward or negative reincarnation, prevented your upward movement through higher dimensions of reality. Therefore, you're here to address a problem. We're all here to address a problem. We're here to find our problem, surface our problem. Of course, we're blind to it. There's the blind spot of interpretation. And we project our problem onto others. That's the injustice we inflict on others, projecting our problem on others. But it's the problem we are here to surface. It's literally why we're here. And all our life is doing that. Either further entrenching ourselves in the problem or realizing that's what we're here for and spending what time we have here to surface, solve the problem, purify that false image of self and reality, and then even use that freedom to have fun developing understanding in the dialectic on the true nature of self and reality. Which will benefit us now and in our further reincarnations. All this is in the book. None of this is my opinions. Not really interested in opinions, doesn't do much for anyone. So, given that certainty is a marker where we're blocked, I know I can't do this. I know this is not knowable. I know that you can't know what happens when you die, because that means that my parents were wasting their time insisting on religion or insisting on atheism or something. And they're not wrong. They're never wrong. Dear leader is not wrong. Donald Trump is not wrong. Netanyahu is never wrong. My priest is never wrong. My exact same thing. Savage, blind loyalty to the ignorance of whoever you are taking as your leader instead of your own understanding. So, seeing as certainty or insisting you know that something beyond you is unknowable or ununderstandable, seeing as that's a indicator of a problem or what level you're at, it's interesting that people have used this expression that we are at in the book so often and in so many different ways. In other words, some people think magnets are ununderstandable. Some people think you can't understand justice. Some people say you can't understand the realm of being. So no philosophy and metaphysics for those people. Some people say you can't understand beauty. So they are going to stay stuck in their false beliefs about beauty and end up stuck in those relationships that reflect their early childhood problems. But there are some people who have had experiences of the ultimate or the penultimate, mind or self, and they say, oh, that experience, oh, you can't understand it. Any description would not do it justice. It's beyond words. And of course, believers use that often because, men are better than women. Can you give any reasons or understanding? No, it's not understandable. It's just common sense, says every racist and fascist and sexist. Just common sense. It's ununderstandable. So in the spiritual communities, the same thing happens. I had this. Now, if there are stages of development through mind, the brilliant light of being, then of course you can understand the stages. That's what the role of the guru is. To understand the stages of development through the spiritual experience of mind knowing itself, give guidance, what kind of perfection and purification of what's false is needed to make that development. So if there are stages that can be understood and experienced, then of course it's understandable. In principle. Now, because we've been building a map of reality, we can even say there is a way of understanding the self, but it's a unique use of understanding. Because the level of self refers to wholes that are not wholes of parts. So everything that we've ever experienced has been a whole of parts. But for there to be two different ideas, whole and part, there has to be a Venn diagram. Diagram time. If there is such a thing as whole and part, they're two different ideas. There can be an overlap. But if there was not this part of part that isn't whole, there would not be a separate thing called part. There'd be overlapping circles in some way. Equally so, if there was not this part of whole that's not touched by parts, there would not be a separate idea of whole to part. Allowing us to understand mind or being as the overlap, the physical world of becoming where we see parts, and the ultimate, the self, giving us an understanding of, is it another one of these diagrams? Let's stay with this one, it's simple. So that's where we are in the conversation now. Is Jesus one of those people who is saying, oh, this is the height that I've reached, and because it's my limit, it's where I'm blocked, I'm going to insist it's not understandable, or there's nothing beyond it. Usually they say the thing itself is that you can't, because if you could understand it, you could reflect on the thing, understand its parts, and if you can understand its parts that are held together, you can reflect on, hang on a second, what's the cause of those parts? And what's the cause of those parts being held together? Doesn't it have to be some principle or some force keeping parts together as a whole? So if you can apply understanding to whatever you're experiencing, you can go beyond it, which is also the principle of solving problems. People's problems start down here. Here's the same Venn diagram. The model and activity of this realm here, the model and activity. The model belief and the activity, materialism or strict dualism, the two together, ignorance. If you can reflect on the nature of human problems, you can understand them and you can go beyond them. If there is a fake model and activity, there can be a real one that it's imitating. The more we understand about this, the more we can understand about this, and vice versa. So, you can understand the state you're in, you can go beyond it. That's the principle of learning. So, the model of truth, knowing. Its activity, understanding. The two together, wisdom. The art, dialectic. The purpose, to learn and nurture that learning. But if that's for this level here, we can also ask the same, is there a model of whole that's not part? Or same that's not different, or out of time that isn't in time? So we can say this is eternity, all of time, out of time, because you can have this circle being out of time and this circle being in time. And this is all of time at once in one moment of time, eternity. Then is there a kind of out of time that never touches time? Transcending causally. So that's what we're after. And is either this experience of self or this experience of mind beyond words or not understandable? That's where we are. Let's keep reading. All right. So this puzzle about that top part of that Venn diagram, the whole that's not parts, or the one that's not many, that's where we pick up the conversation. So, we've been talking about our return from ignorance and suffering through wisdom, divine luminosity, into knowing the self. But our conversation starts with Jesus asking, how does it unfold? How does it, if that's the return, what about the procession? How did reality unfold? You can keep the Venn diagram in mind as we read. Socrates. Some of my followers have expressed that very idea, but would you not agree, if anything were to proceed from the one self, it wouldn't be a one, the thing that proceeded, but it would have to be many, since it would have been itself a one and what proceeded from it. Surely if we count both the one and what proceeded from it, we would not have one, but two things. So already, if we're talking about creation, it can't exist here. Because that's the one that's not overlapping with many. It's the whole that's not overlapping with parts. Parts are a manyness. So the cause of creation into time and reality has to transcend in principle. Interesting to be aware of, because our job or our purpose is to know ourselves. So you might encounter something that doesn't have parts. Recognizing it's not a downward movement, you haven't fallen, but you've gone beyond, you've transcended. But also recognizing that somehow inherent in this one that you're at is everything that's needed to unfold manyness. Everything that can ever be and has ever been. So it's an even higher, purer kind of a whole than a whole of parts. So it can't have been one if it's got two things. Jesus says it's right. Equally, says Socrates, if it returns, it would have become a many, since there would be the one and what has returned to it. Something returning to it. That's two things right there. Surely that would amount to at least two, or as many as returning. Let's say you've got a big party returning. That's like 4 people in your group, plus the one you're returning to. That's 5. That's not one. What remains would be part of 3, since from it something came forth, and what has returned would also be part of a whole. So the returning as part of a whole gives the idea of part or many, one that was its cause, and a whole that's a whole of parts. So already we've got 3 ideas on the board. Jesus says, many of my interpreters have stressed that the highest or most profound interpretation of God is that it must exist. For if existence is not attributed to God, then what kind of a God would that be? However, they do not discuss what kind of existence that would be. Yes, through these interpreters, you have raised the right question. The question is never going away, since it is always a pressing concern. If we are to take a careful look at this question, we will need to ask about one word: beyond. That's our word.
I find that very entertaining.
I don't know if you know this, but like weird dudes exist everywhere.
I've been a bad little girl.
And I find that very entertaining.
There was no coherence to those sound drops. I apologize. I wanted to press them for fun. Beyond. Just this sound drop. Consider if I were to say that I saw something so beautiful that the word beautiful failed to do it justice, then it is likely that if no words could communicate that kind of experience, we could say that the experience of beauty was beyond words. So maybe there's a kind of beauty that's beyond. Anyway, let's keep reading. While we can wonder about this, would you not say that for the highest idea of God, no words or categories could be found to describe God? If so, then words would be wholly inadequate and there would be no possible description. So for the highest idea of God, no words or categories could be used to describe. If so, words would be wholly inadequate, and there would be no possible description of such a God. So he's really defining what it would take for something to be beyond words. It would be beyond categories of description, which sounds like the one. Because it would be beyond adjectives. What would you be describing? Although we have this map, it gives us a new way of using words, but let's keep reading. Yes, that is so, and I recall experiences I have encountered that are beyond any words. Among experiences, those called transfiguration into divine luminosity are such as said to be beyond words. Right, and this is very familiar if you have met people interested in meditation or psychedelics or spirituality, those kinds of things. Without the logos and dialectic and reading these kinds of texts, then their experiences go beyond how they've normally been using words. But luckily, we've been using words to describe nouns, not adjectives in the physical world, but beauty itself, justice itself, mind itself. So we have a language to describe divine luminosity. That's what metaphysics is. That's the definition. That's what real philosophy is. If philosophy is the love of wisdom, and the love you get because it's so beautiful when you experience this, and wisdom is the knowing and understanding of the model and activity of mind turning around to know itself, then literally philosophy is nothing other than developing a language to describe divine luminosity. Very different than how it's marketed at colleges and on YouTube. That's not a slight, that's just an important distinction so we know what we're doing here. Wisdom. Sophia, philos, Sophia, love of wisdom. So if someone has no experience of reading these texts from either the Balboa translations of Plato, so we can get Socrates' words, or Pierre Grimes' works, because both of those are masters of the Logos. You'd be hard-pressed to learn chemistry if you're not reading a book written by someone who knows chemistry. That's why you have to have your nose in one of those books. I'm not saying that you can't also be interested in other people's books. But if you're interested in wisdom, you have to be reading a book about the Logos. It's part of the game. But if you're only familiar with reflecting on physical experiences, then all your words have been used to describe physical appearances in the physical world of becoming, which is the lesser of these three dimensions of reality. So if someone has this experience, what Jesus calls the transfiguration experience, divine luminosity, the penultimate, and your use of words have only been down here, you would be fair to expect someone like that to say, well, it was beyond words. Any description would not be. Why? Because their words are down here. What words would you use to describe it? It was as beautiful as a puppy. It was as beautiful as a sunset. See, physical thing. Of course, that experience of beauty is going to be beyond those words. That's the significance of learning. Just as if you go to a NFL football game, American football game, and you don't have the words to describe the experience, you don't have a word for quarterback or fourth down or touchdown, it would be a very stupid and boring and infuriating experience. But if you do have the language and you have reflected on the experience of a football game, you might pay a whole year's wages to watch a certain football game. You might even love football. A love you would not be able to have without a language of the experience. So let's keep that in mind as we read. So some say, says Jesus, some say that transfiguration experience into divine luminosity is said to be beyond words. True, they do say that. Yet you would say that the experience of that divine luminosity was real and not an illusion. What's he doing? He's getting him to put words on it. Through what? Asking him a question and encouraging him to put language, words on his reflection. Ousia, self-reflection, and logos, language. That's the dialectic. And the first spam of the day. It's been a week.
It is spam. They are trying to convince them to flood the internet with spam.
Spam.
Further fill the internet with spam and AI slop. The internet is all robots. And this is spam.
Just deleted the spammer. Add to block list. Not that's going to make a
I
difference.
hate to have to tell you this. That was fake. That was AI.
And to the AI we say,
Like literally, suck my dick, dude. Vapid cunt.
oh Jesus.
You moron. You absolute fucking buffoon. You goddamn idiot. Idiot.
Idiot.
This is an AI guy.
There's an AI guy. We just had a lot of fun talking to an AI guy.
And this is spam.
And it was just spam. And we said to him,
Cunt's a little fucking bitch.
God's a little bitch. That's funny because modern philosophy is not what we're talking about. We're talking about learning the language of mind itself, and modern philosophy draws a line here to keep us in the realm of ignorance by saying, hey, what's Kant's opinions? Kant's stupid ass opinions, heavily influenced by his religion, never reflected on his false beliefs, didn't have the art of the dialectic. We can trace the history back to when we lost the midwifery, but what's Kant's opinions? What's Hegel's opinions? You know what they never do in college? Help you see what's true. So what do? Get a bunch of opinions from a bunch of different people and you use it to justify your own ignorance. You walk through the world more confident in your own beliefs, your own ignorance, because now you've got Kant to quote. Hey, it's not me that says this, it's Jesus, it's Kant, it's Hegel.
Dumbass.
Dumbass.
I hate
Dumbass.
to have to tell you this. That was fake. That was AI.
And maybe they're all AI anyway. So, dialectic. Making use of those two cognitive functions that make us evolve. Knowing and understanding. Self-reflection to know the thing. Language to understand it. Ousia, the capacity to reflect upon ourselves. And logos, the intelligibility of that reflection. Culminating ultimately in an understanding of the thing and the knowing. But Jesus seems to have had the knowing, so now Socrates is using the art of dialectic to encourage a reflection on that experience, ousia, and put it into words so he can develop an understanding, which might be able to change his mind about that experience being beyond words or not understandable. So we can say, oh, he thinks it's not understandable because there was no one around him at the time with the art of dialectic to encourage the activity required for understanding. Just because you have something or you experience something doesn't mean you understand it. The first NFL game I was shown didn't mean I understood anything about American football. The first time I flew in a plane didn't mean I understood anything about it. It really goes against the what believers use to justify their ignorance. Oh, I learned from experience, bro. No, it's not how you learn, pal. Pal, who am I talking to? So, would you not say it was real and not an illusion? Notice you can go both ways. You can help him put words on what it is, and you can distinguish it against what it's not. Give positives or negatives. Jesus says yes to that. Wait. Oh no, that's my Discord. And would you not say that this idea of real means it truly exists? So having a familiarity with metaphysics, having seen a few football games, you can take them the next step. Hey, by the way, real also means exists, right? You've gone from describing how it feels real. By the way, what you're experiencing is something existing. Making use of the skill. Yes, again to that. However, if the idea of existence is added to it, like the one exists, then there would be something added to the idea of one other than itself. And that would be existence, or what is, or is with a capital I. There is a word called itself that, strictly speaking, refers to nothing other than itself. It is used to refer to the highest idea of God, the One. In all fairness, even here, we are saying that it is just by itself. If we do that, then we're not talking about the One, rather we are contrasting it with something that can be just by itself. So even now he's pointing to the fact that first of all, what is he doing? He's distinguishing this experience of divine luminosity which is the one that is overlapping with a quality calling existence. So you've got at least two things, so there's an overlap, so it's in this realm of mind. And also, it's not beyond words, because you just put a couple of words on it. It's real, it exists. But now we've got, but he's also saying, hey, this thing here, use red. This thing here we can call is with a capital I, is, exist, is, but we can call this itself, which is a use of language to point to not its qualities like existence, but only the thing itself. But then Socrates says, but even that language is different than how we're used to using it, because you've only used words to describe the physical world, where you can't have a chicken by itself. It's always going to have wings and have existence and have weight and have cuteness. Look at his face.
I'm too pure.
Chicken says that she's too pure. Wait. So he's saying, we're contrasting it with something that can be just by itself. To talk about the word itself and how we're using it. Because even the chicken being by itself means it's existing by itself. It's doing its own thing. So it's doing. So it's got qualities. So we're contrasting it with something. In other words, we're using language analogically to describe this realm here. The ultimate spiritual experience compared to the penultimate one, which is this one here. The ultimate. Or the self. Jesus replies, then to use your language, I would say that one is the only word to describe the profound nature of God. Because even technically one itself is kind of two words, but we need that language to talk about it. But one you can say. Just say one. However, says Socrates, there must be a difference between this most lofty idea of God and the idea of the One. Since the idea of one must be distinct in some way or manner from God, the idea of God includes the idea of existence or being, but not so the good or the one self. So these are the words we can use to talk about the ultimate or the self. We should put that word here too. We've got the greater as mind or being, the lesser is the world of becoming, and the ultimate self. So it's itself, but not is. And you're saying you could call it the one self or the good self. But everybody that you've ever met who talks about God is not referring to this kind of experience, the ultimate. They're referring to the, at best, the penultimate. Because if they're talking about a God that exists, it has to be here, it has to be in this circle here. Something that exists. Itself existence. So you could say that it, self, and existence are another two pair. Another pair of ideas that can be put into this Venn diagram. Fun? I think it's fun. Indeed, even calling this noblest idea of God a God limits the idea of God, since it must refer to something and not something else. And that would mean it is not beyond words at all. Because you're using words to point to it, different from other things. What can we do? Let us say that if we can use this most profound idea of God, then we do not need to add to it the notion of existence, since that would make it a two-ness, having itself and existence as its parts. So now we can, maybe let's add that to our map. A map of paired terms within the building blocks of understanding. We've got whole and part, same and different, like and unlike. You could add maybe. Add. Okay. Itself and is. That's fun. Got another pair. Ooh. Super helpful for this distinction here. The difference between anyone's idea of God that exists and what we are calling the ultimate God, or I think we're going to end up dropping the word God because even that's limited. Drinking some juice. Even with a profound idea of God, we do not need to add it to the notion of existence. So the most profound, what we're after. Because if we gave it existence, it would have a two-ness, having itself and existence as its parts. So if words limit the idea of God, then this God is beyond existence, as well as beyond words that refer to anything existing. So this may be how we can help, or how we can understand when people say it's beyond words. Just as Jesus, who has, from a community, like as we've seen so far in our reading, it seems no one else, none of his followers, none of his disciples, not even the Paul, who modern Christians quote, have had an experience of divine luminosity, the transfiguration experience. This is one of the first things in the book. Actually, let's see it in the book. One of the very first things in the book was Socrates saying, using these terms to direct the dialogue. Who is the same? So how how are we the same and how are we different? Here we go. Page 19. Socrates says, bring Socrates up. Before we go further into our divisions, right at the beginning of the conversation, it may be important to ask if we unknowingly contributed to the problem we left behind on planet Earth. Could it possibly be that part of the problem is ours, since neither of us left any writings? The task of presenting our work was left for others. Is the burden of that task too much for those who cannot endure the profound nature of that light? So there we are. So those who can't endure that experience of divine luminosity, and we can understand why, they haven't removed their ignorance, so they don't have dream analysis and philosophical midwifery, those two applications of the dialectic, to remove our false image of self and reality that blocks our experience and development. And also they may be lacking in the dialectic used to understand, which is the activity of the meditation. As such, they haven't had this experience. So all of Jesus's friends and Buddhs, Bud is buddy. That was silly. All of his friends and buddies are only used to using words down here. So he lacks the framework or the friends with the skill or the practice of using words to describe that kind of an experience. So when Jesus said it's beyond words, what he's really saying is it's beyond my community, my Hebrew community of people who've only used words to describe physical things. Now, not just Hebrew, of course. He talked about being influenced by the Hellenics. So there's the dynamics at play in the life of Jesus: belief and understanding. The Judaic tradition: belief, ignorance, suffering, cruelty, savagery, cause of our problems. And the Hellenic: the understanding needed to reflect on problems, understand their causes, solve them, solve human problems, conflict and suffering, and develop an understanding of the ideal. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win. So, equally so, when people say it's beyond words, what they're really saying is it's beyond the words that I'm used to using words, the way I'm used to using words. So too, Socrates is pointing out here, even if people who've gone beyond Jesus' transfiguration or light experience to the ultimate, the self, we could use that same principle. If you can't call it if it's the one self, the cause of many, You can't say it has existence because that's a two-ness, it ain't one. So itself and existence would be parts. So if words limit the idea of God, then God is beyond existence, as well as beyond words that refer to anything existing. It's beyond words that refer to anything existing. And we have the idea of itself and existing. So let's make another Venn diagram with our new pair of terms. We've got looks pretty good. We've got... Actually, maybe we should do a different color. Existing. And itself. No. Wrong color. Itself and existing. So if there's a God that exists, it has to be within this purple circle. So if we're being asked about the self, what he calls the one self, or the good self, or the true self. Here, we can say well, let's finish the analogy. And this is mind or being. And then this one is the physical world. Or becoming. Then just as Jesus said, oh, this experience of divine luminosity was beyond words, Socrates says, hey, it was beyond the words, your use of words. So we can say there's a logos to each level. There is a logos here, or a use of words here. There is a use of words differently here. For instance, we can talk about a beautiful thing as an adjective, but here we can talk about the beautiful itself. Itself. So beauty itself. So the model, the thing that we need to insist as the model of the universal principles of reality that politicians should know and understand, such that they can make policies and laws that are in harmony with it, to the universal principles and forces of realities applied universally to benefit everyone universally. Universal healthcare, universal food, universal clean air, universal clean water. Not just clean air and water for the rich, not just not just food for the fascists, not just healthcare for the murderers. No, all of us, everyone. That's what it means to be a rational species. But there is a use of logos in the physical world, adjectives. So people who've only thought in this kind of a way can only point to shapes and colors. They are usually believers. I've seen that person is a different color than me. That girl is not a man, so I hate that, or whatever. I'm against that, or I'm higher up in the hierarchy than that, or some bullshit. That's the only use of language. They haven't been encouraged to reflect on causes and principles, or the thing itself. That's why justice is not universal for modern politicians. They're not philosophers. They're not people who can use understanding. They are slaves to belief. That's the irony. The people who are drawn to politics and religion are the most sick and ignorant people looking for an opportunity to play out their false beliefs with impunity. That's why we are still in ignorance as a species. We need people who can reflect on causes and principles so we can find causes and principles that are universal to apply universally. And Socrates says, hey, just as there was a use of logos here in the physical world, and that's where all your friends were, Jesus, there is a different use of logos that me and my friends do in philosophy that can allow us to reflect on the experience you had that you said was beyond words. It's not beyond words, it's beyond this use of words that you're familiar with from your culture. Because you don't have the word the. Because this is, whoops. Because you need the word the to play in this game. Okay. And what was the thing that Socrates used? Oh, by the way, was it real? So pointing to his experience. Yeah, it felt real. By the way, is real. So chaining the experience into understanding. By real, do you mean existing? Yeah, that's what real means, I suppose. Therefore, you experience something that exists. So you're in this realm. And by the way, you just put a couple of words on it. Real and existence. That's called understanding, my friend. It wasn't beyond words, it was beyond this category of words down here. Which would mean equally, if everything in experience so we could also put for that purple everything in experience, because that's also a two-ness. There has to be yourself that has an experience. That's what experience is. You have to experience something. Experience. Then what Socrates is saying, hey, if the ultimate idea of God or state of self is here, then it's beyond the use of words for anything that exists. So it's beyond this and it's beyond this. It's beyond this and it's beyond this. That's this logos. Because it's that purple circle that counts for all experience. That's interesting, right? There are people who don't even reflect on the physical world and say things like, who can understand magnets? It's ununderstandable. And then there are people who only reflected on the physical world and they have a divine luminosity experience. They're, oh yes, I know Jesus, or I saw Virgin Mary, or I saw the face of Allah. And really? Yeah. What did you experience? Oh, it's beyond words. You wouldn't, it's beyond, I can't even now, they don't have to, well, they will fall back on their beliefs, but it could be, I saw the Tao, or I saw Buddha, or something like that. But when asked to explain it, because we're not interested in cults and beliefs and opinions, and we want to understand so we can, understand it like adults and use it ourselves and benefit from that understanding and even help our friends, maybe even help the world and our species. They might say, well, it's beyond words. And we can say, you haven't learnt the Logos, my friend. You're not a subscriber to the Awakening Philosophy channel. Oh, how sad for you. And to you, we have to say,
Vapid cunt.
oh my goodness. Maybe we won't be that harsh. But what we're saying is, it's just not this use of Logos, the way that you have been using Logos up until now, the physical world, the scriptures, adjectives, which helps us also make sense of why materialists and atheists and empiricists, people who like to put things in test tubes and torture Mother Nature for her to reveal her secrets, modern experimentalism, can get frustrated or irritated with metaphysics, with philosophy. That's why 99.99% of philosophy people on YouTube are all Stoics. Stoicists are people who use the logo. It's so funny. This is a fantastic description of this. Stoicism uses this Logos but applies it here. They steal this Logos and they make it this Logos. So courage is about ice baths and gritting your teeth and bearing it and toughing it out, and that's what courage is. And wisdom is being clever and how you, manipulate people for money, and that's Stoicism. That's 99% of philosophy that I've seen on YouTube. But equally so, this thing, which is the cause of all existence and the cause of all experience, is itself in the circle, in the part of the Venn diagram that's not touched by that purple circle. So it's beyond this kind of word. But notice, we still have the words. Itself is a word. Whole, not parts, is a word. In fact, it's this Venn diagram specifically that allows us to see how we can use words in a new way. Just as we've used these terms in the Venn diagram, to understand ignorance, notice this Venn diagram. If ignorance is the lowest, physical world, shapes and colors, beliefs, there's not even this part here. So it's the part of the orange that's not touched by the yellow. It's this part here. That's why we can understand belief is harmful in principle, because it's that negative, or the lesser. You are a part and you are different from the whole, but they function at war with the whole. They want to blow up the world so Jesus comes back. They want to genocide the Palestinians so the Jews are the chosen people. All that bullshit. They have to accept their limits. I can't watch Harry Potter, and they hate people who can. How come you get to eat fish on a Sunday or whatever the fuck the rule is? I don't like it that you get sexual freedom, so I'm going to make my life about torturing and murdering women for wanting reproductive rights. That's the nature of human problems and suffering and ignorance. Individually and applied to politics and religion, it's the same thing, just it's not just me who says it, it's God that says it. It's not just me that says it, I get to do it to you because I'm the one in charge. Politics. So it's this at war with that. And materialism is this disconnected from that, which fits perfectly on our Venn diagram. The model of belief is at war with the whole, while its activity is disconnected from the whole. They're both disconnected. One's at war, one's just rejecting it. Well, they're both at war with it, really. But belief says, oh no, there is a kind of whole, it's me. I speak for God. I speak for the law. The right wing. And the establishment left says, no, there is no whole. Just forget it. Just give up. Let the fascists take over. Whereas, this use of logos for knowing and understanding, incorporates both. Either as a oneness or direct experience, which is the greatest whole of the greatest parts, the greatest same concluding the greatest difference. So out of time, so it's eternal, but it's all of time, so it's eternity, everything that will exist. Knowing, that's why it's knowingness. So it's both together. And understanding is both together with a state of mind where you know the whole, but you can relate to the parts. You can help others through understanding as well. Which means there has to be a use of these two terms in the highest term, two of them, that applies only to this. The greatest whole, that, and this is the key word that we're reading now, beyond. The greatest whole that's beyond parts. The greatest same that's beyond difference. Great because it's beyond, well, the ultimate, in fact, the ultimate whole because it transcends parts. And our activity is the curious question, because the activity seems to be understanding, which is to have the whole and relate to the parts. But the difference between this understanding is it's a unique kind of knowing the whole. You're not knowing the whole of all parts, you're knowing the whole instantly. Because you're knowing the cause of all parts. You don't even have to look at the parts. You see the whole that transcends the parts, so you have it instantly. So you can use, with this Venn diagram, language. Oops. You're just recognizing the different uses of the logos. And so when somebody says this is beyond words, what they're really saying is it's beyond the use of words or logos that I have been familiar with. That's a big deal, because most people, our culture is down here, because this is where we get the logos and the model so we could also say there's a kind of knowingness or ousia of belief. Most people see the world through their physical senses and very rarely turn their mind to the ousia that is a latent eye of the soul that we have to reawaken through understanding. O-U-S-I-A, ousia, and logos. So most people are familiar with the language so ousia, the model and activity. So most people go through their life carrying a false model of belief, and therefore their activity is down here. Their logos is down here. So when somebody recognizes what makes them special or different is understanding, it can be difficult for them to recognize that they are special or different, because no one around them is been learning this logos. There are no dialecticians around that I've seen, except for on this channel. Equally so, if somebody has an experience, so whether I was just talking about somebody who's been awakening the logos here is understanding. We're running out of space, haven't we? Messy. So this is this. Hello. Whoop. Hello. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Thank you. Some guy. Hi, some guy. Thanks for joining. We're just identifying what exactly understanding is. Understanding is the logos or activity, use of language based on the experience of mind knowing itself, or ousia. And we call that knowing as well. That's the enlightenment experience for most people. That's the brilliant light of being. Very interesting. I'm listening. Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So when people engage in understanding and they feel, well, they might not recognize that they're different from the people around them because they're used to growing up in a world where their model or ousia is belief. In fact, by reflecting and understanding, you reach out beyond your tradition, beyond your family clan, beyond your culture, and people might even hate you or attack you or make fun of you without even doing anything. Just by the way you carry yourself as someone who likes to do understanding, you may become a target to these jackals who are fiercely loyal to their fucking ignorance belief. Sorry, I get angry because how stupid human beings can be when they attack the best people in the world. Equally so, people who are the better of us, we're not all the same. Not everyone can run at the same speed as Usain Bolt. We're not all the same kind of person. So the best people might not recognize what makes them so wonderful is because they're engaged in understanding. They are looking at principles and causes, using their own mind, and they're even challenging the standard beliefs of those around them. And they won't recognize it because those around them and their upbringing has been using this logos down the bottom from the physical world. Equally so, sometimes people will have a divine luminosity experience here, this ousia, this all at once. So understanding is using parts, knowing is all at once. So they'll have a divine luminosity experience, lots of different ways, all at once, just as a gift, in dreams, in meditation, in yoga, breath work, dancing, mushrooms, other psychedelics. Lots of different ways, traumatic experiences, near-death experiences. They can have this experience, but because they don't have this logos, the logos that we are learning by reading this text, they'll think, well, they'll dismiss it. Oh, it was just an illusion. It was just brain chemistry, bro. That's something that a physical person would say. Materialists, everything is just chemicals. or they'll say it's beyond words. And that's what Jesus just did. I had this experience of divine luminosity and it's beyond words. And what Socrates showed him that no, it was just beyond the words of your friends and your family and your culture, who are bound by belief and stuck in the physical world. They haven't opened their sixth sense of ousia. And Jesus was able to put some words on that experience, and specifically these words. Hey, by the way, it existed, didn't it? So it's in this overlap. Equally so, the ultimate, or the one self, or the good self, there is a kind of logos, but it's different to anything that is in experience. Either the divine luminosity or separated from your physical senses, metaphysics, the spiritual experience, or anything in the physical world. Because look, it's this part of the diagram. Which one self? Yes, so this one here. So Jesus talks about having a divine luminosity experience, or a transfiguration, where he experiences everything all at once. Or mind. This is the level of mind. But it's still an experience. There's still something, some self, this yellow circle, having this great experience. So that's two things. So there's an overlap of the thing itself and the experience. Equally so for God. Hey, does God exist? Then you're saying there's something itself, God, and it has a quality, existence, meaning there's an overlap, meaning you're in this realm here in the middle. But if there is something that exists, there has to be a cause for its existence. So there's an even higher God than a God that exists. And while Jesus thought his experience of, his experience of divine luminosity was beyond words, it wasn't. It was just beyond his use of words in the physical world, because he didn't have the word the. So he could only talk about a physical example of beauty, a beautiful thing, that beautiful thing. He couldn't talk about the beautiful itself. So it wasn't beyond words at all. It was beyond this use of words, or logos, this use of logos. Equally so, there is a kind of logos applied to the cause of God. How can there be a higher than the theoretical creator which has no origin? Oh, okay, so the idea creator has to have an existence, right? And also there have to be qualities for creation. Like when you create, you need a model, you need a copy, you need some power to create that copy, you need to reflect, and then God looked at his creation and judged it was good, so there's judgment. There has to be the principles to decide whether or not that's good. So all of these things are qualities that exist together as a whole, or unity, or a oneness in this creator God. You mean the creator must be a person? No, it doesn't have to be a person. Like in the Bible, God created the world and did it with this and this, and he made it like this, and he judged it. And so there's something that exists, that does the creation, that has the power to create, that can judge his creation. These are all qualities, right? And all those qualities have to exist together. What's the cause of those qualities? What's the cause of power? What's the cause of judgment? What's the cause of model? What's the cause of the idea of model to copy that's needed for creation? And if they exist together as a oneness within this idea of God that exists and creates, for there to be a oneness, would you agree you need first the idea of one for things to come together into a whole or oneness? So you could say, if you've got an idea of God that's a creator, or a God that exists, or God that has any qualities, you've got two things. You've got some God that has a bunch of qualities. So you're talking about the overlap. Or if you've got a whole of parts, you've got the idea of whole, you've got the idea of parts, and you're saying there's a God that has this kind of whole of these kinds of parts. Wouldn't you agree? It has existence. That's a part. It has power. That's a part. It can make use of model and copy. It's a part. But it has them together in a whole. Would you agree? One like a fundamental tone within which exists an infinite harmonic series. Okay, you can use that as an example. We're talking about God, but sure. So that tone, does it have a sound? Does this tone exist? Sure. Analogy. A sound, yeah. So a sound, it exists, right? A sound exists. Therefore, you've got two things. You've got a sound that exists. Sure. But for you to have those two things, a sound that exists, then you need to have those two ideas first. For them to have that overlap of a whole of parts or qualities. If anything that has qualities. You have to have the thing itself, and you have to have its existence. Two things. They can overlap in this Venn diagram, sure. And it's that experience of pure existence that's called divine luminosity. That's what we do in philosophy. Yeah, neat. I'm glad that you're trying to understand. That's good. Philosophy is saying, hey, in existence, in physical existence, we can see a beautiful puppy, we can see a beautiful tree, we can see a beautiful sunset. But philosophy, what we're doing here, is saying, hang on a second, for there to be these things that have their, that you can use beauty as an adjective to describe it, there has to be beauty itself. The overlap between beauty here as experience or existence and beauty itself, so we can say beauty itself. Or going from adjectives, things that describe things, to nouns. For there to be a beautiful, an energy and an energetic. Yeah, kind of. It's a nice way of thinking about it. So you can only do that if your language has the word the. Which is why there are some cultures, like the Hebrew culture, that couldn't do philosophy, so they've been stuck in belief and ignorance. Because philosophy is going from the adjectives, or a beautiful puppy, a beautiful streamer, to beauty itself, or the beautiful. You need the word the. Hey, welcome, Chemical Swoop. Beauty itself. All philosophy is this. It's not just beauty itself, but hey, have you noticed a just football game or a just person? Do you think we're interested in justice itself? Here's the thing. This is dianoia, or understanding. Understanding isn't about the physical world. Understanding is about the nouns that are the cause of the adjectives in the physical world. But understanding is also a kind of meditation, because you're focused your consciousness on what exists in reality. So you can eventually join with it. That's divine luminosity. What Jesus called the transfiguration experience. It's your mind knowing itself. It's because, hey, when we talk about beauty itself, we're not pointing to a physical person. We're talking about, by the way, the skill is the dialectic. So there is a way of using understanding where you can talk about beauty itself, how it relates to others, self to others, how those others then affect other others, and how those others then return back to the subject itself. There are 4 categories in the dialectic. But it can allow you to turn your attention away from your physical senses and experience it. That's knowing. What if there is a goodness, a goddess whose name is beauty? Exactly, well said. So, if this realm here of the realm of nouns, or mind turning about to know itself, and because it's a meditation, you can actually verify this. You don't have to believe anyone. In fact, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to go there and check it out, because it's your own mind. That realm is metaphysics, because if this is the physical world down the bottom, this is beyond physics. That's what metaphysics means. Beyond the physical world. You can experience it, so it's also spirituality. It's the spiritual experience. But you know what you can do? It's also philosophy, because that's what philosophy is. Because philosophy means love of wisdom. Wisdom is the experience, knowing, and the understanding together. Philosophy. But as you say, you can take those and apply a mythology to it to make it easy to remember. So we're not just talking about how beauty itself relates to justice itself, relates to divine luminosity as an experience. You could tell a story, instead of beauty itself, talk about Aphrodite. And when you talk about how beauty relates to justice, talk about how beauty relates to Zeus. And if you want to talk about how it's experienced as divine luminosity, you could tell a story about Aphrodite and Zeus having a big birthday party, and all of their friends are there. And it was on a glorious sunny day. That's mythology. Mythology. Therefore, a mythological personification of the principles of metaphysics, which is just your mind knowing itself as the realm of being before the physical world. A mythology of metaphysics is theology. That's what theology is. There is no actual God in the clouds throwing lightning bolts. That's the Greeks called that barbarism. If you took theology literally, you're a barbarian. You're a dum-dum. Yes, God wants me to kill you because God says so. Sky Monkey wants me to kill you. Ma, 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 ma. Barbarian, savage. If you recognize that theology is just, but how do you know? Isn't it a belief? No. Belief is to do with physical appearances. You believe someone else. We're talking about using your own understanding to reflect on the causes of things that have to be true. If there are as many beautiful things, there has to be a cause, right? For there to be effects, there have to be causes. So barbarism is to take theology literally and not recognize it's just a way of remembering and communicating to other people the principles that exist for everyone for always. The universal principles. And while believers spend their life killing other believers of other bullshit, savage, barbarian fuckheads, to them we say,
Whore.
and we
What the
say,
hell's wrong with you people? You sick freaks.
sick freaks. Understanding is open to everyone. Anybody who has evolved to the capacity for self-reflection, that's ousia, and the use of logos or language, can make use of those two things and reflect on themselves by developing questions and use language to develop their understanding. So cues and ifs, because it's understanding, you don't know it yet. It's just a likely hypothesis. To make use of questions and hypotheses, that's the dialectic, that's the skill we are all here to learn, that's the meaning of life in our physical world, because you can only learn this here in time. Then you perfect your understanding, but also you can confirm your understanding in direct experience. So I would ask you this. If you understand something, do you have to believe someone else? Even if he's wearing a big funny hat? Even if he saw Jesus in a piece of toast? That's the significance of understanding. And if you can confirm your understanding in direct experience, then you know it. Let me ask you this. If you know something, do you have to believe someone else? Even if they have a funny hat with little curly sides on it? Even if they say you go to hell if you don't believe them? Even if they've been telling you that from childhood? See? If you understand and know, you don't have to believe anyone else. Understanding and knowing is the use of your own mind. You're taking it back from your family tradition and clan that have taught you to believe mummy and daddy, and then religious figures and political figures, etc. Freedom from beliefs. You got it. Well done. How do you know there isn't a creator whose energy is beauty? So, right, freedom from beliefs via a perfection of understanding through the skill of the dialectic. As a skill, you're going to learn it and practice it, which culminates in going beyond understanding to knowing. You actually experience the divine luminosity, but don't get stuck there. Don't have the tragedy of being stuck in the aisles of the blessed, because you can even understand that experience and realize, hang on a second, here I am in beauty itself, experiencing divine luminosity of mind turning upon itself and knowing everything all at once. What's its cause? If I'm experiencing all of existence as a oneness, what's having that experience? Or this level of the Venn diagram? What are your thoughts on Timeline's multiverse theory? Right, so what we are understanding, because it's the logos, it's true for any multiverse. So these are principles that have to exist in any multiverse, in any dimension, in any universe, which is important because if there's anything we're here to do in our lifetime is to learn something that applies universally. So in other words, it has to be something we can take with us after we die, wouldn't you say? In other words, you wouldn't say the meaning of life is to accumulate the most Bugattis, or to get the most money, or to learn how to manipulate the most human beings to extract their profit and buy a million yachts. Because you can't take that with you when you die, and you know you're going to die. So it has to be some kind of learning that transcends the physical world. Back to the Venn diagram. The physical world of becoming down here. Some learning that applies universally. That's what we're doing here. The level of reality that applies to mind or being. What is the root of belief? And what is the root belief? Belief is so we've been talking about there is an experience of divine luminosity where you can turn your mind upon itself by wondering about the causes of things, the nouns, where you can experience divine luminosity. That's called ousia, because it's your mind turning upon and knowing yourself. That's knowingness. That experience contains all of the Lego pieces used for understanding, everything that you've understood. So if this is a whole of all parts, a same of all differences, everything in time all at once out of time, these are the units that you use for understanding. Everything you've understood is a whole of parts. Everything you've understood or experienced is the same as something and different from something else. So this experience of ousia is the model of reality. Yourself experiencing existence in the highest possible way. This part of the Venn diagram. It's the model. Our goal is to know the model of reality. And what the model does is it allows you to perfect your activity. The activity of ousia, or the model, is the logos, or understanding. So you perfect your understanding by reflecting on the model. But even that experience of knowing has to have this self experiencing the greatest experience, wouldn't you say? So that we could say there's this part of the Venn diagram that isn't the whole of all parts, but is a whole that's beyond parts. We call that the self. So to go back to your question, what's belief? Belief takes those two fundamental goals of every human being and shits on them. Pretends to give you a model of reality or mind, and pretends to give you a model of self for clan-based loyalty within your family. Because you are fucking 3 years old. You don't know any better. And you're stuck there. They can end your life like that. That's the irrationality and savagery of the way that we raise children. You're fucking stuck there with these ignorant assholes who can do anything. Now, not always assholes, of course. We wouldn't be alive if we didn't get care from our parents. But in certain moments, when you start to develop your own understanding that challenges the family clan beliefs, that's when your parents show themselves and they say, nope, not you, not in this house, no way. That's the nature of belief. And because we're too young to challenge them, because we haven't learnt the logos or dialectic, and we're stuck there, and we're too young to know better, and all we know is the house, we take the blame. So we walk away from that experience with a fundamental belief about self, this one here, and a fundamental belief about reality, this one here, that is in opposition to them both. You think yourself as less. I'm a small bean, I'm a bad noodle, in some way. And that becomes the inner dialogue of self-criticism. In other words, human beings in childhood get a cognitive function called belief, which is a false belief about self and reality that's fundamentally in opposition to truth and benefit and goodness, and we become fiercely loyal to it because we think that's what it means to be good, because that's what our parents modeled to us. So we are fucking stupid savages fighting against the development of understanding and knowing and universal benefit for all universally. That's why human history is drowned in pages of blood. Therefore, our purpose is to awaken the use of our understanding, to learn the skill of understanding, which is called the dialectic, to read the text that we read here, which is about the logos. Just as if you want to be a mechanic, you have to read a book written by a mechanic. So a Balboa translation of Plato, which is the only way of reading Socrates, or a Pierre Grimes book. These are the two masters of the logos that we have books about, or books from, which allows you to develop your own understanding, which allows you to reflect on the model of reality, which perfects your understanding and also prepares your mind to experience divine luminosity. But you can't do that unless you're also at the same time using that dialectic to surface your false beliefs, because as we've said, human suffering and problems and ignorance is our opposition to our own benefit. Easy, let me give you an example. Let's say something that everyone knows is true, universal healthcare. Let's say you were living in America where they don't have universal healthcare, and you said, I propose something that will universally benefit everyone universally, with the only country that doesn't have it, universal healthcare. What you will see is all of these belief-based people coming out of the woodwork and saying, no, fuck you. It's going to benefit everyone. Even a mega rich person suffers when his family or his society is sick or poor or suffering. And that's what we are as human beings. We are more fiercely loyal to our family clan beliefs because we are carrying a false belief about self. That's our mask. That's the main character in our fantasies and dreams and daydreams. That's our ego. And a false belief about reality, and both are in opposition to the truth. When you have to stomach a belief, you don't just get the belief, you also have to stomach the second pill that your own thinking is bullshit. Because you could never have come to this belief. That's why it needs to be a belief. It's just, believe me, bro. I'm your mom, I'm your dad. Believe me, bro. I speak for Jesus. Believe me, bro. Go to hell if you don't. Well, I could never have thought that. There must be something wrong with me. And because I could never have come to that conclusion, there must be something wrong with my mind. That's human suffering. But we specifically get the kind of family to give us the kind of false belief about self and reality that we are specifically here to address as evolving souls through reincarnation. So all problems are solvable, and all problems we must have. Our job is to accept our purpose, to learn understanding. Take your mind back. Let me catch up with chat. Can you say all of existence as a oneness? Right, so this would be a oneness, or instead of these two Venn diagrams of itself and existence, you could say a whole of all parts. That's oneness. But if that would mean oneness is a whole overlapping with parts, so it would be this middle area. So yeah, oneness would be the description of knowing. or nous in the Greek, or mind knowing itself as being, eternity. Yeah, oneness or whole of parts. But that means for there to be a oneness, there has to be this area that's not a one of parts, but is a one not touched by parts. That's the next level. So those are the two levels of spiritual experience. One is beyond experience. And what we're seeing is it's beyond any words used to describe either the ultimate experience or physical experience. But there is a new way of using words, and that's what we're learning here today. If someone looks upon their spiritual self, why assume it is knowing everything? No assumption, you don't. If you have this experience, you experience everything all at once, so it's an immediate sort of a thing. You just know everything. But it fades, because you also have to be doing the work of removing your false belief, because that memory fades. Your beliefs are stronger than knowing everything all at once. But also, hey, experiencing everything all at once isn't the same as learning everything all at once. So even in that experience of knowing or divine luminosity or ousia, the sixth sense, you have to have people in your life or yourself or your dream maker who can encourage you to reflect on that experience and put it into words or logos. That's the development of understanding. That's what we're doing here. This model is ousia. Only we're not reflecting on the experience, or we are, because Jesus is reflecting on his experience in the book, but we're also reflecting on the model of understanding. It's both. I'm hung up on beliefs in this regard. If all things that can exist do exist somewhere, whether in this reality or another, then all beliefs must be valid to some extent, simply because it's a possibility within all possibilities, which then kind of makes me think that belief is the mechanism which shapes reality in this life and the next. Okay, if you have a belief that says, I believe that this is a pineapple. Is that real? Doesn't taste like pineapple. What if you have a belief that contradicts your belief that all beliefs have an existence? In other words, your theory breaks down. So why would you think that all beliefs have to be real? Can't you have a false belief? You met someone with a sexist belief or racist belief? In fact, beliefs are in principle false. Beliefs are wrong. They're not neutral, they're harmful. They are in opposition to your own development of understanding and knowing. If something's true, then it's understandable. Not a matter of belief. If someone says, oh, just believe me, bro. If you were a mechanic, apprentice mechanic, and you said, why does the gas plug go on the carburetor? And your master mechanic said, oh, just believe me. You're okay, I'll just believe you. Or would you want to understand it for yourself? If you don't understand it for yourself, can you ever be a mechanic? So belief is just used to oppress people, to get them to reject their own mind and being and self, so they can be abused in the same way they were abused. Because this idea of passing on belief as something good or knowing, they must have learnt from somewhere. And because it's not true, it must have been a belief that they're imitating from childhood. The cycle of ignorance through family, clan traditions. Well said. Oh, well, thank you, some guy. But for those who have gone beyond that, what is the nature of absolute truth? That's the conversation Socrates and Jesus is having. So, if there are people who have left their physical world of senses by dropping their beliefs, which takes courage, and they have been engaged in this kind of self-reflection to have the experience of the divine luminosity of mind knowing itself and reflected on it in the afterglow especially to develop understanding, to perfect their understanding. Socrates is saying there's even this stage beyond. For there to be an experience, there has to be a cause of experience. But it has to be, if there's an idea of God that exists, you can say God itself exists. That's two things. You're in the overlap, pal. What about this part of the Venn diagram here? Just the thing itself. Just one itself. Or just self itself. Those are the two levels. Jesus seems to have had an experience of this, and Socrates is encouraging him to reflect on this greater one. And by the way, Socrates has been saying human beings have been in conflict between belief, ignorance, suffering, and wisdom. These two, knowing and understanding. The next stage is to recognize that there is a stage beyond. And if this is beyond even a creator God, it's the highest possible idea of God. So human beings' next stage is to reflect on themselves as God, who also can function in the physical world to benefit people through the dialectic to help them uncover and remove their false beliefs, that's the cause of their suffering, but also help people develop their brilliant light of being experience to go into it and to recognize that even though you are knowing yourself, the idea of self or the idea of the good, it ain't the self. So you can experience it and move through it to know the self. That's the highest functioning that we're in the book. All this is from the book, by the way. This isn't my opinions. This is the book that we're reading. That's a goddamn motherfucking banger. That bangs so hard.
But I want to be clear, I'm not AI.
It's not an AI book.
Honestly, on the real, I say stuff like that because I'm cool.
It's cool.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
It's exactly the case.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell. You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
Crossing new boundaries. We're crossing new boundaries. But what if the parts you say aren't parts of each other, but rather singularities unto themselves? Well, then they're two things still. So if there is a manyness or two-ness, there has to be some sort of cause for that. And that still leads us to the same question. What's the one that's not a many? Or what's the source of all creation? And the next thing is how did it create? How did this one that's beyond all qualities unfold two-ness? But how can it be everything all at once? Surely that's a belief. No, that's a different cognitive function. Belief is an imitation from another person. To experience it for yourself, you don't have to believe. If you were eating ice cream and I said, hey, believe me, you're eating ice cream, would you say, I don't have to believe you, weirdo?
Would you just blow in from Stupid Town?
Weren't you blowing from Stupid Town? I know I'm eating ice cream. I can feel the ice cream. I can see it with my own eyes, pal. That's the difference. You don't have to believe. By the way, we're talking about the self as well. Do you have to believe anyone that you're a self? So that's why belief is always harmful. If you understand something, like if you're a mechanic and some jabroni comes along and says, hey bro, just give me your carburetor, it's gonna make your car go faster, just believe me bro. Would you have to believe him if you understand it for yourself? By the way, if you're an expert mechanic and you know how it works, would you have to believe him? And finally, understanding knowing self. Do you have to believe anyone that you're a self? So the only way belief can function that keeps us separated as savage tribes, hurting ourselves and each other for blind, stupid, fucking savage loyalty to our dear leader, Abraham, is the big one, because the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims have Abraham as the root belief. As Abraham was instructed to kill his son, so too religious believers have to kill. It's fucking stupid, but that's where we are. We have to recognize that belief is in opposition to understanding, knowing, and self. And we can use understanding to do that as well. Because this Venn diagram applies to, we had it applying to itself and is. It also applies to whole and part, same and difference. So while we can understand the experience of knowing everything as the top of that Venn diagram, the greatest whole of the greatest parts, we can understand belief as the part that functions at war with the whole. Christians want to blow up the world so Jesus comes back. That kind of shit. The limits in opposed to freedom. Every fucking religious cult imposes limits as a mark of a believer. And when somebody, like, have you ever watched a fucking American movie? There comes a point where the main character realizes that they don't want to be limited by their Mormon cult or whatever, and then they want to be free, and then everyone in the community shuts down on them. Hey, we're at war with you being free. You have to, how dare you watch Harry Potter? Now, of course, genocide as well. We don't want the Palestinians to be free because we're the Jews. We don't want the Muslims to exist because we're the Christians. We don't want women to have freedom because we're the MAGA. We don't want brown people to have human rights because we are conservative. It's always the same. It's always the same. It's the cognitive function of belief that only exists as a transitional point for us to recognize the significance of understanding and knowing and the map. There has to be this part that is different from this part for there to be anything. If whole and part were the same thing, there wouldn't be overlapping Venn diagrams, there would be an overlapping circle. So if this is the model for everything that you've seen is you can make the yellow whole and make the purple parts. If everything you've seen is a whole of parts, everything that you think, everything that you understand, that's the paradigm or the model of reality. Well, that's what we're doing. We're understanding the model of reality. It also has to apply to life and evolution. So we can see materialism down here, the activity from belief in opposition to the whole, and belief here as cognitive stages of human development that we're evolving through that also fit on this map. Because it has to, because it's the map. It would not be much of a paradigm if it didn't also apply to cognitive development and evolution, which is the most important thing for human beings. So yeah, so belief and materialism are in opposition to wisdom and self. Meaning, the meaning of life for all human beings is to develop the skill of understanding, because it's only through understanding you can purify your false beliefs. It's only through understanding you can perfect your reflection on this map, which is also the spiritual method, because it is the method for awakening Usia. And it's only through understanding that you can also reflect on this greatest experience and recognize it too must have a cause. That's the self. So dianoia, philodianoia is the art or the subject. This is philosophy. But understanding applies to more than just wisdom. So what's greater than philosophy? Philodianoia, the love of understanding. That's the new subject. And it's art, its skill is the dialectic, and that's the art that we're all here to learn as the meaning of life. For everyone. Speaking of meaning of life, let me just check in on my favorite streamer. Have they started already? Hang on a sec. Let me just pause for a sec. I don't see a notification on my... I don't see a notification in my Discord. I guess my stream is not streaming. Okay, that's fine. I'll keep streaming then. But where did that beyond as Socrates realized, where does that come from? Ah, that's a good question. Good question. Keep that one. This whole journey, what we're learning to do as we're reading is learning how to read. It's these kinds of reflections on the text that can give birth to these kinds of questions. And to carry a question is to be on a quest. And that's the hero's journey.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
You're a wizard, Harry.
You're a wizard, Harry. So keep that question. Carry it, hold it, and as we read, and as you learn to perfect the dialectic, your skill of understanding, you can create better and better answers to that question and share it with us. And if you join the Discord, you can share it on the Discord, because it's not a one-person quest. It's not a solo quest, as bitchin' as that anime is. Solo, is it called Solo Quest? Anyway, it's been too long since season 2 ended. But philosophy isn't a solo quest. It's not a one-person game. So we can be fellow adventurers. If you experience the self and the self is local, then how are you getting to it being everything all at once? Oh, well, it's not local. Everything is a self, right? So if our purpose is to move from use the physical world as just indicators of where we're as like signposts. So you start in the physical world, seeing a beautiful tree and a beautiful streamer. And a beautiful painting and a beautiful puppy. Your job is to, hang on a second, where's all this coming from? What's beauty itself? That's the movement from the physical world logos, the love of learning, to philosophy, the love of wisdom. Going from adjectives to nouns. Where's the noun? You could do the same about same. In fact, we've made a list of all of these nouns that you can wonder about themselves. Everything you've seen is a whole of parts. Where does whole live? Is there like a filing cabinet in the sky that whole lives in, and whenever we think anything, we reach into that? No, it's intelligence itself. It's the whole of parts. Everything you've seen is the same as something. But have you ever seen same walking down the street in a tuxedo? So where does same come from? Same thing for justice, beauty, goodness, benefit, excellence. These are all things you only ever experience as adjective. Philosophy, or the human game, is to wake up and ask the question, where do the nouns live? Where do the nouns live? That's the movement from the physical world of becoming, where everything is unchanged, into the realm of being, where the nouns live. It's mind knowing itself. Isn't it the same game? Hey, what are you experiencing? You've removed the lesser version of these goodnesses. You've removed your lesser idea of beauty that's made you attracted to weirdos. You've removed your lesser idea of justice from your family religion. So I'm not thinking, oh, I'm going to be a racist or a sexist, because you do it because you think it's good. It's the lesser imitation from the physical world of appearances. Belief. And I've wondered, what's the greater? What's the truth of justice itself? What's beauty itself? What's goodness itself? But aren't I using a certain adjective for each of these words? Justice itself, beauty itself, goodness itself. Didn't we say our job is to move from adjectives to the noun, to find the cause? Therefore, what's the ultimate noun? Self. It's the most transcendent, but also it's the most immediate and personal. Therefore, our ultimate quest can be finished whenever you're ready. It's the highest principle, it's the cause of all causes, it's the source of all sources, but also it's the very first distinction you make before you recognize, hey, I'm going to reach out for this oneness that I call a chicken. I recognize it's a whole of parts. It's the same as the other stuffies on my desk. It's different because it's a chicken. It's like them in that it's stuffy, but it's unlike them in that it's yellow. It's either at rest or it's flying across my desk in motion. I reach out for that oneness that I can only reach out for if I could distinguish it as a oneness, because I think it's a goodness, I think it's beautiful, or it'll benefit me to do so. Before we make any of those distinctions using this map of mind, you first recognize that chicken is not me. Because if it was me, I wouldn't have to reach for it. It's myself. And if it was me, then if I was hungry, I would feed the chicken. Or if I was thirsty, I would feed the chicken. Some juice to the chicken. That's the first distinction you make of understanding. So this map of mind applies to... We started with what is understanding? We got this set of members within the set of pairs with the captain oneness that we need to bring into a whole for understanding. Goodness, a set of ones, and we don't want the lesser version, we don't want the imitation of belief, we want the greater, but also we want the ultimate. So there's a triad. So there's a set of three, a set of ones, and a set of pairs. That gives us the map of understanding, the Lego pieces that we use. But it's not just understanding, everything we've experienced, everything you perceive, and everything that you exist uses these as building blocks. And the first is the self. Meaning it's not only our purpose or destiny or ultimate final cause, it's also the first cause. So we call it the first and final cause. Knowing the self. If you experience this, if the self is defined as universal being, no, that would not be the self. That would be the self knowing itself as being. So here's our Venn diagram. So all of those pairs on that list, whole and part, same and different, you can put into this. We've done it already. Here's one I prepared earlier. Here we go. So whole and part, greater and lesser, same and different, unlimited and limit. You put into this Venn diagram, one and many. You've got this overlap, which we call being. Where's one's being? Here we go, being. The middle one, being. So for being, you have to have that idea back where we are over here. Here we go. Yeah. For being, you need the self, the yellow circle, existing. That's being. The one that is. The one self that is. Is, we can say is instead of existing. Make it is. So the one that is the name for being. If the self is defined as universal being, the self knowing itself is universal being. Then if I follow the journey of the local parts back to a time before a biosphere, before evolution, then I see how all these cells were likely part of a universal being. Right. So the next thing is, you could say, well, in time and out of time also apply to these Venn diagrams. So time and space are the characteristics of the physical world of becoming. So you can take this map and apply it to the instant. If you imagine a film strip, you have the illusion of change because every film thing is destroyed, and then there's the gap between the film, between the frames, like 32 times a second, and then a new thing is created. There is the instant or the self in the gap. There is some sort of emerging. That's the now. And then a returning back through to that emptiness. Instantly. That's the flashing nature of reality. So time, that's time. Time is a moving image of eternity, you could say. So it's not about getting back in time, it's about jumping in between the frames of time. Or jumping might work. Whatever it is that we need to do to prepare ourselves and become worthy to stay aware of that transition, what happens in that transition, and can we be aware of ourselves in the gap between each moment. And we can even go back to, we can even go back to this Venn diagram we've been playing with and say, hey, what's another pair we've got? Out of time and in time. So if you're just in the physical world of your senses, you're only in this part, which is in time. You're not out of time. If you turn around, and as we're doing today, and reflect on the nature of mind itself, you can experience the yellow out of time and the purple in time, and experience eternity, everything all at once, everything. And all of time in time, all of time out of time. But then we want to know what's its cause. Where did the material come from? Oh yeah. So hopefully that's called the third song of the Parmenides, or the third hypothesis of Parmenides. How this map functions through moments of time. Do you believe consciousness is fundamental, emergent, or recursive? We're not interested in belief. As we've been saying, belief is the cause of human suffering and ignorance. Belief is no good to anyone. And even if I answered you based on a belief, there's only going to be two options. You either already have the belief and you'll go, oh yeah, I agree with that, I'm not changed. Or you'll don't agree, oh, that's interesting belief you have. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. And then it, again, won't make any difference. What we want to know is, how do we come together in understanding? Again, belief is down here in the physical world of becoming, in opposition to understanding and knowing. So how do we turn that question into one about understanding? Two things. What are we making use of? Ousia and logos. The model and the activity. The state of mind and the functioning. Knowing and understanding. So how do we make use of ousia? Make it a question. What is consciousness? Something like that. It's yours. It has to be yours. And then our activity is how to... So this is what it means to be a reader or a philosopher. You have an inventory, and in that inventory you have a sack with a queue for questions. You've got another sack in your inventory, if. So you gather questions and carry them. To carry a question is to be on a quest. It also does something to your state of mind. Takes you out of the certainty of ignorance and belief. It's a freeing thing. Saving you from your suffering. Polish your question up. Hone it like a laser beam. But also we have to learn how to answer these questions. That's the dialectic. So, have the question. Then when we get into the text, can you use the text itself? Nothing else. No opinions. No beliefs. Can you use the text itself to craft a dialectical structure of pure understanding? Or not pure understanding is the wrong word. A skillful use of understanding. There are 4 parts to the dialectic. You start with a definition. So as we read about, you've got your question in your back pocket and you're wondering about it. That's you. Wondering. Oop, too many arms. As we read, you come across something about mind or consciousness. And you see Socrates say, hey, consciousness is also mind. That's a definition. The subject in relation to itself. Remember how we said the most primary pair of terms is self and others? It's also the building blocks of understanding. How would you describe consciousness in relation to itself, the subject in relation to itself? Mind. Take notes. How does, as you defined it, how does it function then to others? Notice how it rolls over. Demonstration, definition, demonstration. Doesn't have to be read though. Demonstration. How does that thing... Oh, what is the point of time? That's another good question. What is the point of time? We are making a hypothesis right now that the point of time is for specifically learning this thing we're doing on the board. If it's through time and space that we can break down the parts and reflect on the model of self and reality, it's only through time we can master understanding. And if it's through time we get false beliefs, then we are specifically here to address the false beliefs about self and reality that prevented our soul's further development prior to this lifetime and reincarnation. So, if the only way out of our suffering and ignorance, repeating over and over again as the cycle of false beliefs causing and suffering and injustice, not just in our everyday life, but in our dreams, in our daydreams, in our fantasies, and also in our cycles of reincarnation. And the only way out of it is to master the dialectic. then we've got a pretty good explanation to the meaning of life. Also, if it's not just the only thing that can solve your problems and human problems themselves, but it's the only thing that develops our excellence, we've got two reasons. Purification and perfection. Removing suffering and perfecting our excellence. Let me just check in one more time with my stream. It's not streaming, that's okay. But again, don't believe me. See it for yourself by practicing. So, master your understanding, master the text. How does the subject, consciousness for waffle? How does it function to another, self to other? Let's use a different color because red is for when I try and make points. Let's go yellow. Demonstration. So how does mind affect a significant other? How does consciousness affect beauty? How does consciousness affect yourself? How does it affect the soul of a philosopher? Having been affected by a consciousness, how then does that thing relate to other others? Division. So let me give you if you've never met, if you don't know what a push bike is, a BMX push bike, someone said, "Can you explain a push bike for me?" You'd first start talking about what it is itself. But that's not a really good explanation unless you talk about how it functions. Talk about how you can ride your push bike to the shop to get a lovely meat pie. Demonstration. How do you, with your sweet new wheels and your lovely meat pie, affect other people? Maybe you give your friend a double to the shop so he can have a meat pie as well. Maybe you do a sweet wheelie and impress your chick you've got a crush on. Now, from those divisions, you've got you and others having been affected by that original idea that then can relate back to the subject. What does your friend do? Does your friend get a push bike? What do you do back to your bike? Do you take care of your bike? That's conclusion. So those are the 4 categories of dialectic. Hang on a second. That's not enough. Oh, by the way, to find what specific other you take back to the original, you have to synthesize. Out of all of the things, out of all of the divisions, all of the relationships and meat pies and sweet wheelies and lovely kisses you've got from your best girl because of your amazing wheelies, is there a particular idea that runs through all of them? Is there a particular idea that stands out to you? Is there one idea that incorporates everything else? Has scope? That's synthesize. That will give you another other that you can then relate back to take that, you know what it does? I don't know. Everyone I go to is my friend now. Now you take that idea back to the first definition. So your first definition of the bike, you have a new conclusion where you've taken that synthesis, analysis. You've taken that conclusion back to the beginning. Now you have a new definition of your bike. You do that for what is. If bikes do exist, or again, it's just an analogy, consciousness or something that refers to being, if it is, if it exists, and also if does not exist. Same categories. It's a dialectic. That's how we use understanding properly. And it's also the spiritual method. All other spiritual methods take bits and pieces and package them in their own ways, because they haven't gone through the process of removing their false beliefs. So they'll have focus, but they won't have the structure. They'll have question, like a koan, but they won't have a way of answering the question. So this is the paradigm or model for spirituality. Therefore, we have the dialectic used definition on the truth, philosophy, we have the greatest functioning or demonstration of the dialectic to remove what's false. The name for the use of the dialectic to remove our false beliefs about self and reality is called philosophical midwifery. Therefore, the most important activity, so that could be a possible answer to your question, what's the point of time? To practice philosophical midwifery, as it's the highest functioning of the dialectic to remove the cause of your ignorance, problems, and suffering. Division. Socrates says you can't, while you're supposed to be doing both of these together, you can't do it unless you're doing dream analysis. Dream analysis applies this to everything, like a division, shows how your dialectic problems are manifesting in your relationships, how your problems that you have to midwife in your relationships, in your work, in your play. Also, it gives you guidance in your reading. So Socrates makes the point, dream analysis is necessary. But of course, we have to keep the tradition going. Share it. There is something about practicing this art of dialectic with another person to help them remove their false beliefs, perfect their understanding and knowing, master their own dream analysis. There's something about sharing it with another human being that's necessary in this journey as well. That's mythology. Can you share it with others? Tell stories about it. Do streams about it. Practice being a dialectician. So the dialectic of the dialectic shows the 4 uses of the dialectic necessary for all of us to master the dialectic. So there's another explanation or likely hypothesis as to what the meaning of life is or the purpose of time. Sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult. Oh, good. One sec. If you were trying to be difficult, we would have to say,
Are you just blowing from Stupid Town?
did you blow in from Stupid Town?
That's anti-feminist in some way?
But we wouldn't say that, because in some way it's
I'm
anti-feminist.
going to get you. I'm going to find you. And I'm going to get you.
And we're gonna get you. Nice discussion, bye. Thanks. Oh, thanks. Well, I'm glad you had fun. I'm just trying to understand your method of thinking. It's not my method of thinking, it's the method of thinking. See how your question, makes it about beliefs and opinions? Notice it's a question about persons, which is down here, the physical world, beliefs. Notice how if you could say, if I didn't say, hey, by the way, it's not my method, it's the method, what thinking is, then you could just dismiss it. So if the meaning of life for everyone is to develop understanding, the only thing that can put an end to human fucking savagery The only thing that can help us individually through our problems is understanding. And you say, oh, what's your method? You could just quite easily go, that's just that guy's method. He's a weird streamer. He doesn't even have that many followers. And he's mid. It's not even hot. He's mid. See? You could dismiss it. That's how human ignorance persists. Belief functions to reject understanding, knowing, and self. It has to. Otherwise, we'd just be learning together in a wonderful fucking place. We'd be living in heaven. We'd all just be helping each other universally because we're all the same self with the same purpose to develop understanding, to do the same thing, free ourselves from our beliefs, and create a world in harmony with the principles of reality so we can all be free to spend our time developing the dialectic. It's a win-win-win-win-win.
It's a win-win. Win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win-win-win.
No, that was a good decision. That was an inherently good decision.
See? I don't know.
Brain rot escalates.
Sorry for the escalating brain rot. But that's the dialectic. It's how thinking is. And all of these building blocks or the pieces we use in the dialectic structure. So here's the structure again. And that's you. See how curious you are? You're a very handsome boy. And there's the dialectic, the 4 categories. And well, 2 halves or two versions of those 4 categories. And we've also talked today about the pieces you use in that structure. Notice, none of this about opinions. None of these about the physical world. You've never seen a hole walking down the street. You can't say, oh, you're a Jew, so you have the idea of limit. Or you're a Christian, you have the idea of out of time. Or rest in motion, that's a very Muslim thing to say. No, these are not about opinions or beliefs or cultures or families or any of that horseshit. These are just universal principles of everyone who has the capacity for understanding, and you can come to this conclusion yourself if you use your understanding to turn about, ousia, and reflect on your understanding. And that's what makes us evolved. We're different from kings, we're different from cabbages, cows, and caterpillars in that we can use our understanding to reflect upon our understanding. That's the 2 fundamental principles: ousia, the capacity for self-reflection, and language, logos. That's what makes us different. That's our evolved capacities. All we're doing is making use of it. And the reason why I don't have 50,000 viewers like Asmongold is we're making use of our evolved capacities in a world where we're told specifically, fuck you, don't. Do as you're told. Do not reflect. You'll go to hell. Do not understand. Just believe. Believe Trump. Believe Putin. Believe Netanyahu. Believe the capitalists. Believe the billionaires. Don't ever turn around. Don't ever reflect. Do as you're fucking told or we'll kill you. That's the ignorant savagery of our human society. But that's stupid. Fuck them. They benefit by this as well. It's a win-win. That's all we're doing. Making use of our evolved capacities of ousia, self-reflection, and language, logos, to figure out what understanding and logos is. What the model ousia is. What the model ousia is, in the greater sense. This is a squished Venn diagram, but it's still a Venn diagram. Nous, knowing. And what the activity is, understanding. And wonder about, okay, the fake activity is to deny or reject mind, as we just said. And to those people we say,
Just shut the fuck up forever. Just shut the fuck
forever.
up. Just
Just
forever.
just forever.
Vapid cunt.
Oh, yeah.
You've been a bad little girl and you're getting a vigorous spanking right now?
Is what we say to those people who deny or reject self and mind, strict dualists, and belief. That's ignorance, belief, and materialism. And our excellence is knowing and understanding the true model and the true activity. And then we wonder about what's its cause, what's the model of self, and what's the higher activity of self that's creating the conditions for even that. That's the new dimension of man. So that's why it's not my model, it's just the model. And it's just from reading the book. And the book's a banger anyway, so it's a win-win. It's like spending our time reading the most kick-ass book, and we happen to be doing the most evolved thing that happens to be the thing that helps us and makes us a good person, not just in this life, but it's the only thing that benefits us in our reincarnations. Because it's the only thing that you can take with you, your learning and nurture of that which is eternal. Can't take your beliefs with you. I mean, you will, in that you will be stuck in your reincarnations of suffering. So it's a win-win. It's a win-win-win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win.
Awesome, man.
Wow.
Your understanding definitions of things. I don't get to talk to many people about these things other than surface. Well, see, you got there ahead of me. So what makes us special is that we do it, as you say, in a world where most people just talk about surface things, shapes and colors. Gossip. Most people are in this realm of the physical world of becoming. And at the early stages of evolution, strict dualism or materialism or rejecting self and mind, we call that stage 5. Belief is stage 4. Understanding is what we're doing. That's our purpose as human beings. If we want to save our species from extinction, we have to move from belief into understanding. The catch-22 is belief functions in opposition of that very move, and it's the most powerful force in our universe. Our opposition to our fucking purpose is why we're stuck as stupid ass savage beings. It's not our fault, it's the cognitive function of belief. It's up to us to have the courage, the bravery, the cojones to say, okay, yeah, we're in it. In other words, we're human beings trying to solve human problems, but human problems stop human beings from solving human problems, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to learn what we need to remove our false beliefs and develop understanding. And at every step of the way, our loyalty to our false beliefs from childhood are going to come up and say, no, be a mafioso. It's family values. No, be a Jew. You're going to go to heaven. And all the other Jews are going to say you're the best Jew in town. No, be a good Protestant because those goddamn whatever's Catholics are rubbish. And don't you know the history? Your dad was a Protestant and his dad. No, be a good Muslim because you won't get your 42 virgins in heaven if you're not a good. No, be a good MAGA because those damn libs. No, be a good Nazi because you know who's the best? You, because you're white. All of it will come up for you. And as a human race, our job specifically is to surface all of the false beliefs that will arise in opposition to a human being like Bernie Sanders or Zohran Mamdani saying universal healthcare. Helping people universally, it's communism, it's evil, burn him and salt the earth. Fucking stupid. Yeah, no shit, universal healthcare. Wake up. Universal clean air? No, only clean air for the billionaires. No, dirty air for the poors. Yes. What the fuck? Dirty air for the poors? Yes. Poison the water? Yes. For AI. We need AI to poison the water. But not for Elon Musk. He lives in a different country. Yes. Poison water for the poors. You can't poison the water on fucking Earth, you idiot. You live on Earth. So, That's the stupidity of politics at our current level of evolution, which is nothing other than the beliefs surfacing in opposition to universal principles of understanding, which is universal, and understanding universal principles is what's needed to benefit. It's just that simple. You can't believe your way into being a surgeon, but if you understand surgery, you can benefit people. But as a species, we need to recognize that as we move towards the logos or understanding, all of our family clan beliefs will stick up and say, no, not helping people. And our job is to learn the dialectic to address them as they arise, so we can purify human ignorance and understand all of the kinds of family clan beliefs that can emerge and the conditions for that emergence, while doing our job to perfect our own understanding about universal principles and applying them. Remember, sharing them is part of it. Remember the fourth part? You also got to actually use them. And then as we do that, we move from ignorance. We move from ignorance into wisdom, ending the war on the mind, and then our next step is to move from this part of wisdom, the greater model and activity, the greater Usia and Logos, knowledge and understanding, into our ultimate stage. That's the purpose of humanity. To reflect on itself not as wise, but as God. The highest possible idea of God, the self. Beyond any other description of God, so we might as well just say, drop the word God and use the word self. That's the ultimate stage of man. That's where we're moving into. That's our purpose. Isn't reincarnation a belief, though? Well, it can be, or if it's true, it can be an object of understanding that you can see the significance of and the necessity for yourself if you practice the dialectic. Now, on this channel, you can't just use understanding, you have to apply it to something as well. That's why on this channel we read the Balboa translations of Plato, and the works by this author we're reading here, Pierre Grimes. So already we're about 90 episodes in, so already we've gone through the book and we've done some dialectics on why reincarnation must be the case, necessarily. I think I might have thrown one or two arguments out there as to why reincarnation might have been the case, has to be the case today. But again, it's not good if I'm just saying it. I'm just some dude. Some sexy dude. But some dude all the same. So, your job is to turn it from a belief into understanding. Or no, don't even take it as a belief. So, either as we continue the read, or you can go back to the previous episodes of this text on this channel. You can find a link to the YouTube below. Develop your own dialectics, develop your own arguments to show why it has to be. Not just if reincarnation does exist, using the structure, but what if you lived in a universe where it doesn't exist? And we've been doing that recently with talking about justice. And if hell is a real thing, or if our existence on Earth is hell of our own making, based on whether or not we've been doing this in our previous reincarnations, or we've ignored our responsibility to master the dialectic in these ways. But again, because it's understanding, it's verifiable in direct experience. So as you carry your question, this is you with your question, all curious and handsome, what a handsome boy, look at you there, and you practice the skill of dialectic by applying it to that question, you eventually, if you stay in the game and you're also removing your false beliefs and doing dream analysis, You get to experience it and verify reincarnation for yourself. Don't have to believe anyone. And then, of course, you write your own books, creating the conditions for that same activity in other people, giving them a question about reincarnation, giving them bits in the text if they're learning to read without interpretation, without projecting their own beliefs or being blocked from what's there. Then they can find the clues to that question, craft their own dialectic, answer that question, and maybe even escape the prison of reincarnation themselves and verify it for themselves. That's the difference between belief understanding, which is here, the activity in this realm, belief, understanding, and experiencing it for yourself or knowing. And then, of course, if you can know reincarnation like that by experiencing it, what the hell kind of knowing exists up here? If this is the knowing, and this is the understanding, and these two together is wisdom, and belief and its crappy activity is down here as ignorance, what the heck is a kind of knowing beyond even wisdom? That's our question that we are carrying in the book. I definitely understand where you're coming from. It's not me, it's the book. It's Socrates. It's where Socrates is coming from. Or rather, the tradition of the logos. Reason. With limiting beliefs of society and self, certainly. Yeah. Sucks. Oh, I'm late to the show, dang. No, you can join the Discord and you get a notification when we go live. I've had a week off. But yeah, I try and stream as much as I can. Try and do it every day if I can. And you can catch up with the vlogs or the past streams. I post them on YouTube. When I'm affiliate on Twitch, I need an average of 3 viewers for that, so I don't know that's going to happen. The vlogs stay on Twitch for a week, and you can find the old episodes on YouTube. I throw them up on YouTube so you can check them out. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. We have fun. And we have funny sound drops. Right?
Brain rot escalates.
They're secretly turned on by it.
Calm your fucking tits.
We have fun. Wow, this has been a long ass stream. Let me just check one more time. Nope. Okay. What day is it today? Sunday for me. I think she's going to the movies or something. Alright. So, yeah, well, that's a big tangent to answer some questions, but it's fun. It's part of it. Fun. Fun. Wait. Here we are. I should probably take a break soon. I hung in there longer than I thought I would. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick pause to get some more juice. And let's finish reading the section that we were reading today. When I come back. Be right back. Let's jump back in. So, that was a good thing. Actually, can we see something we should do more of? Can we make sure, or can we reflect on the conversations that came up from our lovely friends in chat and reflect on whether or not, and how they fit in with what we've been reading? We've had different people with well, actually, I think we've had two people come in with different experiences themselves. Like our friend Guffle Waffle was saying, hang on a second, this is I'm trying my best to understand, so there's no personal attack or anything, but aren't the things that you were saying, aren't they to do with belief? Don't you have to believe in reincarnation? Don't you have to believe this is the meaning of life? Don't you have to believe their soul is immortal? In other words, there's a kind of logos that chatter was familiar with that makes it difficult to understand this dimension, which has its own logos. And equally so, we had before him, we had our friend Soma Guy, talking about, hang on a second, how can there be a one beyond existence if everything is a oneness? So he was familiar with this logos here and was finding it difficult to make sense of what Socrates was pointing to, this logos. So 3 different uses of language. 3 different ways of making sense of the world. Physical appearances. This is 99% of people are down here. Maybe not 99%, maybe 98. They're used to using words that are to do with their own personal beliefs. Images. In a world full of beliefs. Hey, when you go to a doctor, do you have to vote on who the surgeon is? Fuck no. But we vote in politics. Why? Why? Either someone is the best at it or they're not. And you know what? None of them who are running based on beliefs are any good at it. They all seem to be the absolute fucking worst. But if that's our culture, I'm used to talking about things in terms of belief. What do you believe? Are you conservative or Democrat? The fuck? No. No, nothing. None of that. Just meet human needs. Universally using universal principles of under-fucking standing. Not what do I believe? My beliefs are stupid. I'm trying to get rid of my beliefs. I want someone who has removed their beliefs, so they can create the conditions within society to make it easier for me to remove mine. And then pass on that joy, help others. But if that's your world, if that's your logos, it can make it very difficult to make sense of non-physical experiences if you are not around people who talk about non-physical things, or if you haven't yourself had a non-physical experience. In other words, for most people, it's just common sense. Yeah, just fuck people over to get your bag, bro. Because it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. Step on as many grandmothers' heads, curb stomp as many dying grandmothers to get that health insurance money and watch them die. Feed another child into the child-killing machine for profits, bro. What else is there? Says people who only know the world of beliefs. People who are interested in understanding are more open to universal principles, more empathetic, more caring, more intelligent, more beautiful people. Those who have then had an experience of the model of understanding, the Logos or Usia, are even more excited about understanding, are even more excited about knowing the universal. But we want to awaken and experience Usia and Logos, a use of language that can help us experience this model. So, that's where we are. Oh, and we were saying the two people in chat reflected those same that same principle. Someone had this experience here. If there's a oneness, what the hell is this idea of one? Doesn't make sense. Doesn't fit in with language. Language doesn't work that way, pal. And he's right. This language doesn't work that way. Similar with our other friend. But you can't know reincarnation. You can't know what happens when you die. Isn't this just all belief? Language doesn't work that way, pal. Beauty as a noun. You don't see beauty itself. You see beautiful things. You infer beauty. And what I think is beautiful is my Jewish mum when she told me I am the chosen people. Yes. And so long as I cheer on the massacring of Palestinian children, I'll be the best Jew in town. Or my daddy is the one who looks, who is the most beautiful. And he told me that Christians need to bring the world to an end because then Jesus comes back. Yes, that's what we need to do. Kill everyone. And no, it was my daddy who said that the billionaires, etc., etc. Belief. Not the objective universal standard of beauty and justice itself that we must have in every society. Every society. So, that's where we are. Recognizing that there is a kind of logos appropriate for all, or familiar to, and in relation to these different levels. And Jesus had this experience and claimed it was beyond words because everyone around him only had these words, had the belief words. And Socrates, someone who has this dianoia, understanding, is able to use the dialectic to help him introduce words into his ousia or experience. So if words limit the idea of God, says Socrates, then this God is beyond existence, as well as beyond words that refer to anything existing. Good thing we have that purple circle. So we're not saying it's not words, it's words applying to the existing circle, the purple one. Beyond words that refer to anything existing, so that we should not even say that God is God, or even use the term in any way. Great. Let's highlight that so we remember. So the word beyond carries much significance. And in the end, it is necessary not even to use the word God. Ooh and ah. Jesus, I notice you stress the word idea when you speak about the good. While I may not understand why you stress the term, I do see that it is important for you to do so. My Greek is often called vulgar or common, so you may be making a point I am not familiar with. Yeah, so too is our understanding of Greek in modern Western universities. So it's a good thing you asked. Yes, there is often a bit of confusion about the idea of ideas. For a moment, try this. If you were in a stream of water, it is likely that you could describe the effect the water had on you, and also describe the water itself. Is it not the same for the most brilliant light of being? the divine luminosity, since once having the experience, one can say it was the most real of any experience. A beauty beyond all experiences of beauty. The state where you know it touches on truth. In our Greek term, idea means to behold. So from beholding that experience, one can say that these ideas can be drawn from that experience. Thus, the ideas are also the eternal, and have a mode of existence beyond all those others. Given this, we can say that the ideas of reality, beauty, and truth are all indeed ideas, but far different from the mere concepts we call ideas. So we capitalize the word idea to declare that we stress their difference from ideas that are merely concepts. So we can say there is a difference between having an experience of the idea of the good and the good itself, as much as there is a difference between the brilliance of sunlight and its source, the sun. So, difference between the so these ideas are eternal, the nouns that exist in being. The Greek word eidos or idea means to behold. So the ideas, capital I here, the ideas of reality, beauty, and truth are ideas different from concepts. So we can experience the sunlight, but that's different than the sun itself. So we can experience the idea of the good, but the good itself isn't an experience, but it's still our goal. So we're still puzzled. So here in our map, we had the original two circles, itself and is or existing. So the self that exists is this overlap in the middle. But here he's saying not only that, but the idea of idea means experience. And my board's paused. There it is. It's a good thing we put experience in brackets here as well. So this realm in the middle, being or mind, is also the idea of the good, or the idea of the self, or the idea of the one. The reality, beauty, and truth as ideas, which means experience, because it's yourself experiencing. So there's the overlap between the yellow and the purple Venn diagrams, giving us another way of understanding that thing that we're interested in understanding, the model of understanding. Neat. Oh, and by the way, to show how different this is from what we're normally told, the word idea, with capital I or eidos, is mistranslated as forms in modern philosophy academia, which is garbage.
Fuck you. Actually, fuck you.
Oh my goodness.
Absolutely gooped.
They're gooped.
Dude, suck my dick.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
a real living being.
We're real
They're
living
completely
beings.
lying to you. They're completely
They're
lying.
completely lying. Well, lying or ignorant. Take your pick. by using the word form, which doesn't explicitly point to what we are saying here. What Socrates is saying here. But of course, if this is the self experiencing what exists here, then how do we know the self if it's beyond experience or existing? If it's in this part of the Venn diagram, how do we get there? That's the big question. That's the big Papa Malapa. Sorry.
I'm always good, and that is what I stand for, being good all the time.
Interesting.
Do a poggers.
We'll do a poggers about that.
Cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke. Baby birdies are singing outside my window. They're funny. Yes, beyond all else there is no term. God, they're loud though. But that even excludes the idea that God is nothing, doesn't it? For nothing is, after all, referring to something that is said to have no qualities. And that is not equivalent to something that surpasses all categories. It's not nihilism. It's not nothingness. Birds are going mental. Funny birds. Curlews. They go mental at night. That's very cute looking things though. So it surpasses all qualities. It's not the same as saying it's nothing or having no qualities. Transcendent in a more of it way. Our friend in chat mentioned the idea of a sort of fundamental tone that contains the inherent overtones within it. That kind of idea, maybe. But in a higher kind of a way. Interesting that we share much, says Jesus. Surely in one way it is not surprising, and in another it is. It looks like we both have entered the same stream of wisdom. What would you say most clearly mirrors your own vision? You go to the heart of things and you go there quickly, says Jesus. And they say, the nearer you are to the light, the more you are full of that light. Beyond that, they quickly add that in coming into the light, one should be able to shine forth that light. Interesting little extra bits, maybe little bits of personal guidance for those of us who are becoming more full of that light and finding themselves able to shine forth that light themselves from the author. Doesn't seem to fit what we've been talking about, but seems to be some sort of beneficial guidance maybe from the author. Why did he throw that in? Well said, Jesus. I would only add that how close one comes to that light depends on one's ability and aptitude for receiving the gift of the divine. The coming into that light is a return, as the departure is a procession. Together they are a whole, moving in opposite directions, both up and down. Surely the whole has both motions, as does all kinds of creation. As it has a motion in and out of the gap. Apart from these motions that receive the new and release the old, there is something that always remains the same, persists unchanged. This is interesting. It moves both ways, but we want to move one way. There has to be something that persists unchanged and steadfastly is what it is in an unchanging way. What is this? Some give it the name of substance, without wondering if each moment is truly a new creation. Well, that means that the substance would be new, wouldn't it? So it wouldn't be the substance, it'd be something beyond substance. Then the existence of this substance endures only for a moment, an instantaneous moment, and it would not be something that is continuously present through all time. Another thought. Is there something behind the appearances that receives the appearances? I have heard some say it is like gold, both because it can take on any form and because of its natural glowing nature. So that's interesting. First theory he throws out, but the second theory sounds very much like the same. There is a some people think that there is a persisting unchanged substance. That can't be because of this idea of the instantaneous of creation and destruction constantly. Not as an excuse to destroy things, supervillains. Well, if every moment is a creation and destruction, then I should get to destroy things. No, that's not what it fucking means. Don't be a supervillain. But it's the coming to be and then letting go of existence in each moment that gives the flashing nature and the appearance of time. But then some people say that there is something that it receives the appearance, like gold. And that's interesting. That hints at the idea that our 3 dimensions, the physical, mind, and self, in time on this film strip. It may be that the nature of the now, which is in time, the physical, that receives the impression is the luminosity. So we were saying, well, maybe if the instant emerges from the gap into the now, then maybe the transition point between the two is the divine luminosity. Maybe in the sense that it's the divine luminosity that receives the impression. So because the idea is the instant knows at once the model, so it can create the next moment perfectly. So it instantaneously knows the divine luminosity model. So maybe it experiences it as divine luminosity and then projects on top of it or shapes it to every moment of time. Because he's suggesting that the Socrates has heard people say that the thing that behind the appearances that receives the appearances is like gold because of its natural glowing nature or divine luminosity. It sounds like divine luminosity. So is it that this is divine luminosity that's impressed upon? Is it that divine luminosity is experienced at first as the oneness and then is molded into the moment? Or is he dismissing this idea as well because he's saying that there is an emerging and a returning? And the divine luminosity wouldn't be eternal if it was returning or being created and destroyed. Or he didn't say created and destroyed. The words are receiving of the new and a releasing of the old. Every moment is a new creation. Is he bringing into attention these two different ideas to dismiss both of them? He's dismissed one of them. What about the other one? And where exactly is the divine luminosity in that time model? These are questions we carry because they're not answered, and they're wonderfully interesting questions that we really want to answer. So, another thought is that there is something behind appearances that receives the appearances. I have heard some say it's like gold, both because it can take on any form and because of its natural glowing nature. He's heard some people say, sounds like he might be dismissing it. He didn't confirm it at least, but we can wonder. We are of one mind, says Jesus, and reflect upon it in the same way. Could we not say it another way? I like to reflect upon it as the cause of the celestial order and of a true motion that never varies. For this is the cause of the transformation of all things capable of being transformed. The power of such a cause is as profound as what we say of God. Now, I don't know if they're actually of two minds, of one mind. Because Jesus still seems to be talking about the luminosity, and Socrates is saying, yeah, but behind the luminosity, what's unchanging? Even if you're saying there's a luminosity that accepts the appearances of each moment, what's beyond it? What's the unchanging? So you could say, maybe he's right. If the luminosity is the paradigm, it would be the map for the celestial order, but would it be the original cause that uses the map? Or is the cause of the map? So they do seem to be at different levels, old Jesus and Soc. The cause of the celestial order and of the true motion. What is the cause? Oh, the substance. No, the light. So Socrates is saying, hey, how close one comes to the light depends on your ability and aptitude for receiving it as a gift from of the divine. So it is the divine. It's the gift of the divine. Coming into that light is a return. So you're coming home, just as the departure is a procession. Together they are moving opposite in both directions. So yeah. So it seems like there's the capacity of knowing the brilliant light between each moments. But there's a third term, the gap. So he seems to be on this problem that we have. If the instant is the gap, there seems to be a luminosity functioning both ways. A processioning and a returning. So maybe that's where the luminosity is. With reference to time. And then Jesus says, we are of one mind to reflect upon it the same way. Could we not say it that the cause of the celestial order and the true motion that never varies? Oh, okay, right. So if he's saying it's got motion that never varies, then he's not talking about the instant that's at rest. So we're still discussing the luminosity. And Jesus isn't able to take the hint. Well, what's around the luminosity? What's the cause? What's the instant? So again, we've seen that at first, or earlier today, Jesus was here and they say, hey, this is unknowable. You can't understand this beyond words. And then Socrates says it's beyond these kinds of words. Here are some words that you can put on it through the dialectic. It exists. It is. And now Jesus is saying, Socrates is saying, hey, but even this divine luminosity through which the model of each moment of which the model of each moment is based, there is something in the instant that is beyond even those words that's always there. It's not an experience, doesn't exist, but it's the self. And it's even higher, it's the cause of both. And Jesus isn't at that level yet, it seems. Then this is what mirrors your own vision, does it not? I say that it is good to talk about the truth about... It is good to talk the truth about the divine, as we are doing. The law of truth requires those who know the same, speak the same, about the same. Knowing then the truth, we speak the same truth. Once again, highlighting the difference between the truth, where Jesus is at, luminosity, and the true self. So, interesting principle to end this section, because here the haters come in, which marks the end of this section. The chorus. The law of truth requires those who know the same, say the same, about the same. So, speak up. Tell the truth about the same. And knowing the truth, we speak the same truth. So he's pointing to that thing that makes them the same, the luminosity. What makes them different, of course, is the self beyond it, or that second from the penultimate to the ultimate. That's what makes Socrates different, but because they're the same in this experience, they say the same about the same. They know the same, they say the same about the same. That seems to be the law of truth. And so, we also say the same about the same and follow that law of truth. And that's what we've done today. Yeah, and we've said the same about the same to chatters that have come in today. And it's been fun. So that was my first stream back after a few days absence. Being a little under the weather. I'm glad to be back because this is good stuff. Thank you for joining me once again. You can like and subscribe on YouTube. That's appreciated. You can follow on Twitch and you can join us on the Twitch live streams and stuff as well. Either you can share chats on YouTube or Twitch. You can join the Discord. You get notification when we go live. You can find a PDF to the text below. If you want to donate to the channel, that is greatly appreciated. You can't have a sponsorship. You can't subscribe to my channel yet on Twitch, but you can donate to the channel in the link below if you want to, and that is appreciated and very helpful. Thank you so much for joining me, and I wonder what's going to happen next. First of all, we get the haters coming in. Funny voices with the haters. The haters, the chorus, and the anti-chorus clapping back. So, exciting. Where's it going to go from there? Oh. And we've got all these questions in our back pocket. So many questions. Good ones, though. I hope to see you in the next one. And then the button that doesn't work. Bye.